Keep us in your protecting care. In Christ's name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Please join me for the pledges. First, United States flag. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now the Texas pledge.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. All right, next up, we have a proclamation this evening. Do we have someone here to receive the proclamation? Do we have anyone here to receive the proclamation this evening? Okay, if you come on up, I'll deliver the proclamation.
Oh, thank you for having us. We're the Assistance League.
Awesome. I'm going to handle the proclamation. So. All right. A proclamation. Whereas Assistance League of the Bay Area, a chapter of National Assistance League, was chartered in May 1994. And whereas Assistance League of the Bay Area serves children and adults through 7 philanthropic programs supporting victims of sexual assault and domestic violence, high school seniors with a positive prom experience, students dressed in school-appropriate clothing, families experiencing work insufficiencies, individuals at risk for dropping out of school, adults reentering the workforce, and one-time emergencies. And whereas Assistance League of the Bay Area is an all-volunteer organization with 180 members, and whereas Assistance League of the Bay Area members, through service hours, returned the equivalent of $1,187 million to the Houston-Galveston Bay Area during the last fiscal year, and whereas Assistance League of the Bay Area has allocated $9.27 million to philanthropic activities since 1994, and whereas Assistance League of the Bay Area celebrates its 30th chapter anniversary. Now, therefore, I, Sean Skipworth, Mayor of the City of Dickinson in the great state of Texas, do hereby proclaim February 27th, 2024 as Assistance League of the Bay Area Day. In witness thereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of Dickinson, Texas to be affixed this 27th day of February, 2024. Can you please give them a round of applause? Okay. Okay. We'll send them. Okay.
I'm going on this side.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All right, we'll move on to item 4, announcements and presentations. Announcements concerning items of community interest. No action will be taken or discussed. Council member comments regarding items of community interest in accordance with Texas Government Code Section 551.0415. Item 4A, council comments. We'll begin with Councilman Linton.
Good evening, everybody. I know that public comments are limited to 3 minutes, so I'm going to go ahead and limit myself to 2. I should be held to the same standards. First, on last month, on the 23rd, I had a drainage meeting with Alexis, Public Works Director, along with WCID and Hewitt Zollers. We discussed various drainage issues around town, tried to get a top 5 list of the worst offenders, and then also get status on some of the larger projects like West Gum Bayou and Hughes Road. And that was very informative. Got with the lead engineer and we kind of nerded out for a while. That was kind of fun. He's very knowledgeable about the overall drainage issues in the city of Dickinson. And he sent me some GIS files, which I'm still running over. I think we're going to have some future meetings to get some clarification on some of the larger projects. On the 7th of February, I attended the Dickinson Picnic Grounds groundbreaking ceremony. I'd just like to reiterate, the only issue I have with that effort is that I did not come up with it. So kudos to Councilman Brantley for coming up with that. Yet another example of why I'm a bad politician, because I'm not taking credit for somebody else's work. The 27th, I only have two other items. On March 14th, Thursday, at Gators Restaurant here in Dickinson, they are going to have a themed fundraiser dinner for GCEA, which is Gulf Coast Epilepsy Alliance. I am a part of that organization because I have family members with epilepsy, and I want all of y'all to, get online, get ready for the magical evening filled with delicious food and heartwarming movie. We're thrilled to invite you to our movie night to watch Disney's beloved film Ratatouille. Let's see here, on March 23rd, Saturday night, Black Tie, Texas, for an evening to remember as we raise money for Bayou Animal Services, the animal shelter and control for Dickinson, Texas. Black Tie, Texas, benefiting Paws, Country Roots, and Cowboy Boots will take place at the beautiful Dickinson Bayou Ranch and will feature live country music performed by Susan Hickman and the Chip Oliphant Band, the 4 Sixes Grit, and Glory Saloon. Champagne hay rides, a cigar bar, custom cowboy hat bar, barbecue dinner with warm peach cobbler, a live and silent auction, and much, much more. I hope y'all can make it out. And the last thing I believe we had was some slides from the shelter. First, these are the 6 dogs that I interviewed earlier in the year, for lack of a better term. When I was looking for a new dog, because my other dog had passed away last year or earlier last year. And of the 6 that I did not pick, there are 3 remaining. So please, if you could, do what you can to help Sally, Storm, and Sarabi. And the next slide, was there a next slide? Oh, that was it? Okay. Well, I do need to mention Bayou Friends Forever, the organization that is sponsoring the event that I mentioned earlier on the 23rd. They've been working tirelessly to provide support to Bayou Animal Services. Second, after 2 successful events in grant writing, they have enhanced the air quality in the shelter with 2 new ductless units, 4 exhaust systems, added ionizers to eliminate bacteria, and cleaned all of the ductwork. I went over my time. That's all I have.
All right, thank you. Councilman Schick.
Thank you, everybody, for showing up tonight. This is great that we can get the community out to listen. Some of y'all are here for one particular issue, but thanks for coming anyway. Attended the TML ethics seminar in Austin. It was an all-day seminar. Enjoyed it quite well. Learned a whole lot, and I would encourage everybody sitting up here to please attend this seminar. There's a lot of good information. 3 weeks ago, when it was raining hard, I was taking calls about drainage problems in various subdivisions, and met with a lot of homeowners. We got a lot of issue taken care of. Alexis was Johnny on the spot here and getting some ditches cleaned out, culverts cleaned out. It's a continuing deal. I need to remind citizens, please don't dump your leaves in the ditches because they don't go anywhere. They just stop up your neighbor's culvert. I attended the Dickinson Bayou Watershed Committee. We talked about drainage issues there. I also attended the grand opening of the picnic ground. I met with Hewlett Zollers to talk about the Hughes Road project. He enlightened me on some of the changes that we've made on that project, and I encourage everybody to meet with them so that we're all on the same page. And I see Charlie out there, so I must remind everybody that on Fridays at the KC Hall, we have the fried fish and baked fish, which is excellent. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Councilman Brantley.
Thanks for everybody being here tonight. We must have something pretty controversial on the agenda for all these folks to be here. But thank you all. Thank you all very much for being here. Councilman Linton kind of got me because I normally try and keep my comments short, but tonight I am not going to be able to do that. So I have some things that I would like to say. And I would like to thank everybody for being here and being online. So please bear with me. I have prepared some comments. So I've shied away from engaging in social media, but considering the fact that Facebook has bled into reality, I guess I owe it to some folks I respect to address some of the issues that we're going to be discussing this evening. I vote Republican because I believe in conservative values. You may or may not like him, but I've developed a newfound respect for Donald Trump. I think I understand him a little better. Unfortunately, some folks like attention and want to feel valued. And in that vein, I understand how he must have felt with regard to quote unquote fake news and misinformation. It's sad that people will attack others with little to no personal regard and will viciously spin anything and everything to fit their truth with zero concern for context. Admittedly, Trump has a in-your-face and take no prisoners approach, and that has funneled its way into small-town politics. And now there are some who've decided that it's us against them. Civility and discourse is disregarded, and that we must pick a side, always. We've convinced ourselves that volunteer politicians somehow wake up each morning finding new ways to get over on the people that they attend church with, see in the grocery store, or meet at the ball field. However, our small town is not national politics. The reality is that's not how it works. I proudly serve and give my time and treasure to youth boards and activities, city boards and commissions, and our local city council. I serve with different people from all walks of life. And different beliefs, some of which I often disagree with. Most of them are decent people, some of them with big hearts, who I greatly admire, Ms. Simpson. I have made some mistakes, and I have been a part of a few more, and lost some friendships and the respect of people I admire along the way. I'm going to own a lot of those mistakes this evening. There are things I wish I would have done differently. I might not ultimately change the decision I made, but I wish I would have handled it better. Tonight, I'm going to address some of the issues that everyone here tonight is going to hear about from many concerned citizens. First, there are some citizens in Dickinson that are upset. If you look around the room, that's pretty obvious. The question is, what are they upset about? Many of them may not even know. Some think it's because the city hasn't had an audit completed since 2020. Some think it's because the city seemingly has a turnover problem of employees. Others are upset because they think I'm a corrupt politician bilking the city out of their hard-earned tax dollars. Then there's Mr. Schrader. Sorry, Mr. Schrader, I couldn't help it. He's been mad since the 2000s. So if you want to know what he's upset about, just ask him and he'll talk to you for a couple of hours about it. I used to talk to Mr. Schrader for hours. He's a great guy. Sorry, Dr. Schrader. The reality is most people in this room are upset because they feel the city hasn't been transparent or forthcoming with information or addressing their concerns. Some of this is true. For many years, the city hasn't done a very good job with communication. I admit that I'm guilty of it. Tonight, I'm going to personally take some steps towards correcting that problem. Before I get there, please understand that I'm not here to defend the mayor. Many of you will interpret that statement as my defense. It is not. Mr. Mayor is a big boy and he can defend himself. But I do think I owe it to some folks to speak up. Many of you probably think that those of us on city council disregard your concerns, and that's simply not the case. Throughout my time on council, I have researched many of the issues brought by citizens, including the recall committee. I want to address some of those issues this evening. Many of you have heard that the company I work for does work for the city. This is true. I won't go into all the details in an effort to save some time, but I am willing to share more with anyone who earnestly is concerned after tonight's meeting. The relationship between the company I work for and the city began truly because I wanted to help. Albeit naive, I never considered how it would look. I can assure you, I have never, nor would I ever, put myself and my family at risk by trying to illegally leverage my role at the city to gain a profit. Let me be very clear. I have gained nothing financially from my company's relationship with the city. Audits. The city's behind on audits. I've listened to the concerns and I've diligently tried to understand the situation regarding our city's audit situation. Recently, Mr. Wilburn brought to the attention of council that the city no longer had a bond rating. Prior to my knowledge of our bond rating issue, I had questioned the city manager on multiple occasions to try and understand the issues and delays regarding city audits. I came to understand that those delays are based on years of prior mismanagement and poor accounting practices. Our 2021 audit was delayed by nearly a year due to the 2020 audit, which took nearly a year to complete, due to the prior city administrator and finance director's incompetence and failures to accurately track federal grant expenditures and reconciliations. A prior year's audit must be completed in order to begin the work on the new year. Therefore, this created a snowball effect. However, after Mr. Wilburn expressed his concern, I personally reached out to our former audit firm to discuss the issues and verify the reasons for the delays. I spoke in depth with the previous auditor, who carefully explained the situation. I am grateful to our former finance director, Harrison Nicholson, and our current finance director, Sarah Clark, for their tireless efforts to clean up the sins of the past and bring the city to a sound financial footing. I am determined to continue to engage the city manager to ensure that catching up on our audits remains on schedule and are completed expediently, beginning with the first deliverable due in April. Employee turnover. We have lost some good employees, and we've lost some employees that needed to go. That's just being honest. Do we have a turnover issue at City Hall? I think we have a long way to go. However, using interns, those who are deceased, and folks who've left for reasons beyond our control is a disingenuous way to analyze turnover data. There was a much larger turnover when we transitioned from the previous administration to the current administration in 2021, and things at City Hall with regard to employee morale have improved. But yes, we have a long way to go. That is evidenced by the recent news that our city secretary, Anna Earps, has decided to resign. Anna Earps is a phenomenal person. She loves Dickinson, was born and raised here, and deserved the job of city secretary. She will not be easily replaced. For those of you here tonight that have viciously attacked her over this recall, shame on you. However, you're not solely to blame. The city needs to look inward and understand why good people choose to leave. That's the truth. Lawsuits. The city is being sued by Wayne Dolcefino and a former police officer. The same police officer who is responsible for the investigation that cleared another officer who has been recently indicted for the injuries caused to Michael Scurlock. Michael Scurlock was a friend of mine. Yes, he had issues. Yes, he was homeless, but I would spend hours with him sitting on the sidewalk outside of Walgreens. We talked baseball, the Bible, and his bicycle. For those of you who have disregarded my friend Michael's life because of your pettiness and conspiracies, shame on you as well. That's the situation that happened to my friend, Mr. Scurlock, is inexcusable. The city has not been sued by the owners of Creekside Apartments. It is doubtful that we will be. But the truth is, Creekside Apartments was a slum. Creekside Apartments should have been shut down. The owners of Creekside Apartments should be ashamed of their actions and taking advantage of folks who had nowhere to go and were held hostage by slumlords. Those in our community who have defended the owners of Creekside should also be ashamed. Creekside was a dump, and the owners of Creekside took advantage of residents and the citizens of Dickinson. Plain and simple. Spending. No, the Economic Development Corporation nor the city has spent millions of dollars on Water Street. The city is not insolvent, nor is it close to being insolvent. Yes, the EDC has purchased property. Most of that property has been purchased with planned developments already in place. Some of that property has been purchased in order to make sure that Dickinson has some land reserved for sales tax generation. The EDC has not agreed to any projects wherein we have handed over millions of dollars to developers. Every project that we have contributed to with a developer has been tied to a performance agreement. Therefore, the EDC does not contribute anything towards a project unless the developer performs. In the case of Water Street specifically, the EDC does not contribute anything from property to capital or otherwise to the project unless the developer develops the property in accordance with the agreed upon design and within the agreed upon timeframes. I ran for city council because I felt our kids needed a voice. I still believe that. I got involved with the city through my work with Dickinson Little League, and I've tried to assist Dickinson girls softball whenever I can. I care about the plight of our kids. That's my passion. I'll never apologize for using my influence or position to benefit Dickinson's next generation, whether that means petitioning for grants, property, facilities, or equipment. Fault me for that, but that is something I will never apologize for. For the record, I do not own Dickinson Little League, and the city of Dickinson has never given or donated any property to me for my personal benefit. In closing, I would like to address a couple of things specifically. I'm proud to live and raise my kids in Dickinson. No, we're not perfect. Who is? But I am proud to wear Dickinson blue and cheer on the Gators whenever they take the field or the court. It is unacceptable that an elected member of this council would openly profess embarrassment for living in Dickinson. I am sorry to say that, but that truly is bullcrap. Sure, there's some embarrassing folks on Facebook and our internet profile is taking a beating, but that's not who we are. We are Gator proud and Dickinson strong. I, like many others, I'm honored to serve with, including everyone on this dais right now. Volunteer because we love people, not for a personal agenda. Lord knows that our families and friends didn't ask for this. Thank God for my family and my friends who choose to support me through all of this. Days like today make me question whether the sacrifice and effort is worth it. With that being said, I will continue to serve to the best of my ability throughout my current term on council, and then I will graciously hand my seat over to the next person, crazy or stupid enough they may be to run for office. Thank you all very much.
All right. Thank you, Councilman Townsend.
I just want to thank everybody that showed up tonight.
All right. Councilwoman Simpson.
Thank you, Mayor. I was going to talk about the Black Tie Texas, March 23rd. Hope we can see you guys out there at the Dickinson Bayou Ranch. And also the grand reopening of the Dickinson Public Library is coming soon. That's going to be on March 9th. Hope to see you there. Thank you.
And Councilman Simpson.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, city staff, citizens, those in person and online. I'll keep my comments brief as well. Early voting has started. Please go out and exercise your right. Also, since the last meeting, I've had multiple Houston-Galveston area council meetings for the Finance Committee, the Board Composition Committee, where they are trying to determine proportional voting based on city population. And also behind the scenes, I've been working to try to secure funding for the 1266 project. And those are all my comments, Mayor.
All right, thank you. I'd also like to welcome everybody here tonight. And despite the subject matter that we're dealing with tonight, I'm glad to be back after being gone for so long. I've had a lot of people tell me that I look like they've lost a lot of weight, and that was probably from being stuck in bed for about 3 weeks. I had RSV, and then I turned into COVID later, and it was not too good. So those of you that said thanks for, you look good losing weight, I appreciate it. But then when you said you look really pale, on the other hand, you kind of took away from it. So, but anyway, I want to thank everybody that's here this evening, and it's good to see you. But we'll move on to item 4B, the city manager update.
Mayor, Council, thank you very much. I wanted to give you guys a couple of updates. First, on our information technology front, we are currently working on the voice over IP portion of our project. Had an update with Mina, in which we're currently working through. We're going to be building out the call tree so that whenever we start, it should be relatively easy once we kind of have everything, all the settings set up in the call tree established, so we can plug in the new phones. Avaya no longer provides support for the phone system that the city has, and so that's been a major contributing factor to us being able to fix errors in the call tree and other matters as well. In regard to our kind of our server and network equipment, currently working with our general contractor in regard to the registrations on those. Apparently, some of those registrations didn't end up with city email kind of tied into those registrations. So we're trying to get those worked out right now so we can begin installation of the equipment there. Lastly, in regard to the project, is that we're looking at the scope of the fiber installation. What our original scope of the work was to redo the entire fiber run between PD, City Hall, to the library, to the fire station / EMS station. And that was supposed to be a full replacement, but we're kind of upon further investigation, we're finding that there might be a possibility to repair major portions of the lines and maybe actually expand our fiber footprint to include the animal shelter and public works. So we're trying to figure out how we can expand that fiber, more bang for the same buck there. So also, just so you know, very important in this day and age, from the information technology front, we have added a cybersecurity and network administrator to the team. It was a position we've been trying to fill for probably 2 budget years at this point. So I'm very, very grateful to have someone of that caliber here. Want to let you guys know on the audit portion of things is that just signed off on all the disclosures to auditors so that they can begin engaging all of our third-party firms and so forth. We're still on pace for them to come on site mid-March, for the auditors to come on site. We've been, I want to commend our finance department who've been fulfilling their requests for information timely. Also, important note is that most of the stuff that we're uploading is not just for fiscal year 21, but it's also for fiscal year 22. So the goal is that when 21 is done, 22 won't be too far behind, with fiscal year 23 taking a little bit longer just because we have to tie up the loose ends because that's the most recent fiscal year. Also had a discussion with our financial advisor so we can continue working on building our debt model and financial plan to prepare for future improvements. Obviously, we have major street and drainage, as council members have discussed, is that we have some major drainage projects that have to be done to alleviate flooding in neighborhoods. And so we want to begin the process of scoping those projects and then working on the financial plan and debt modeling necessary to bring those improvements to fruition. Did want to let everyone know about the library. Yes, there is a grand reopening, and it'll be March 9th, 11:30 to 1:30. I'm very happy to announce that with help from the Dickinson Management District, as well as contribution from the city council, we were able to really put a fresh look on the library. This is kind of a phase one, really. There's a whole lot more that needs to be done, but this was to repair the foundation of the library. It was getting into a very precarious situation. Also important to know is that we did a lot of renovation to help because of the shifting of the foundation. It was causing some interior damage, so we had those renovations done. Where we are going to have a dedicated computer room instead of it just kind of being in the middle of where all the books are. It's going to be segregated off. We have a new teen room that's going to be there, and courtesy of the Dickinson Management District, the new shelving and furniture that's going to actually bring the shelving lower and more eye level, so it's not several feet above your head with books. Lastly, Water Street project, I wanted to let y'all know is that we are moving forward with the geotechnical studies necessary to begin work on the parking garage. We met with our engineers and our grant administrator to coordinate the timing for all the phases of construction. Our preliminary construction estimate coming out of that meeting is that our goal is to wrap up construction of the parking garage late fall, something like October of 2025 would be the final wrap up of that project. So this year will be design and bidding out of process, with about a 9 to 10 month construction starting in 2025. So with that, I turn it back over to you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Move on to item 5, public comments. Members of the public are invited to give comments at this time, lasting not longer than 3 minutes. Comments may be general in nature or may address a specific agenda item and should be directed at the entire council, not individual members of council or staff. Any speaker making personal attacks or using vulgar or profane language shall forfeit his or her remaining time and shall be seated. In compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, the city council may not deliberate. All right, so we have many people signed up to speak this evening, and there's 3 separate sheets. So some of you may want to make a general comment. Some of you may want to make a comment on most likely item 9A. If I call your name during the public comment and you don't want to make the comment now, please just let me know, and then we'll get to you on item 9A. All right. Just make sure we get everybody when you want to go. And I have 2 sheets, and I don't know what order they were in. So we'll start with the first public comment sheet, which would be the first speaker would be David Lehman.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor. David Lehman, 3802 Texas Avenue. Give you a little update. I changed federal law in 1996, meeting with the Assistant Secretary of the Navy, the Chairman of the Armed Services Committee in the House, and the Inspector General of the Department of Defense. I've been to the Haley Boggs building in New Orleans probably 50 to 100 times, talking to commanders over there, dealing with root cause analysis issues with different federal contracts. I changed the way in which all federal contractors get paid. I'm disgusted by what's going on in this town, just like Mr. Brantley. And Mr. Brantley, I'm going to take you up on your offer of meeting with people. I want to meet with you. Sure. Okay. I want to meet with you. So that is what I want to talk to you all about tonight. Is in the general comments, we have got to get together and understand what's going on. My frustration is, what are we doing with the photo op of moving the public grounds, these public grounds that we've got, picnic grounds? It's not put out for general bid to the public. It's all in between EDC, Dickinson Management Company, Corporation, and I guess y'all. Branch Construction, never heard of them in my life. Been here all my life. Other things going on here. What in the world are we doing? You want to know about secrecy? It's all about secrecy. Well, now there's a problem. It's called the internet. And now all these people are here because y'all just don't get it. As a group, you don't get it. Why is that? Why are we doing the things that we're doing and our morals and our ethics are stretched thin? It's very simple. Do the right thing or don't do the right thing. Mr. City Manager, you decided to change a policy so you could get out there and drink and entertain developers. Who approved that for you, sir? Who would? My mother and my father wouldn't approve that for me. Why do you think you need to prove that for yourself? The citizens of Dickinson don't want you drinking on their dime. If you've got a drinking problem, sir, get some help. I'll help. Don't sit here. Don't sit here and make it to be where you're trying to take advantage of us. We don't like that. Nobody here likes that, whether we're Republicans or Democrats. Come on, man. Get with it. Get real. Okay? I'm truly disgusted with what we're doing tonight. I truly am. Been here all my life. My father was a World War II fighter pilot. He taught me right from wrong. Like Brantley said, we all make mistakes and we got to own them. Let's do the right thing every day. And if we don't, let's try to do better the next day. I'll have more comments under 9A.
All right. Next, we have Scott Schrader.
Scott Schrader, 3719 Kellner. I think you see all this here. That's why I'm not sitting back up there today. I saw problems coming. I didn't know it was going to be this bad. I'll read you a text here, and this started before I was even elected on council when Alan Thomas, our former city secretary, was having some issues up here with Chris Hurt. His wife posted, "My husband, Alan Thomas, is on next Tuesday's agenda for council to determine whether to fire him." The mayor says, "Could use some backup on this post being smeared by a disgruntled employee's wife." Now, I'll be honest with you. It's hard for y'all up there to represent the taxpayers and be an advocate for the employees. But somebody's got to do it. And I think I turned out to be an advocate for the employees under the regime of Chris Hurt. You've got to look at this stuff. The employee turnover is horrible. You're not doing exit interviews. The integrity up here, the rumors going around, there's a lot of integrity lacking. And you can't keep burning through employees like this. I'll read to you a email that Theo Melanson sent out to City Council. I'm saddened to relay that Anna Earps will be resigning her position as city secretary effective March 1st. She's been a hardworking member of our leadership team. She was able to bring stability to a position that has seen a bit of change in the preceding years. Yeah, we changed all right. Look what happened to Natasha Hinton. I tried to get Natasha Hinton to come back to executive session. Sean and Theo denied it. It was never put on the agenda. It's in the emails. You can look at them. The emails are requested. They never put it on the agenda. So what did I do? I basically did the X interview. I made copies and stuck them out here. So I'm getting blamed now for Anna Earp's resignation. I'm disappointed to say she was treated quite poorly by a group of people that attacked her professionalism and integrity, going so far as to threaten a criminal complaint against her in a YouTube video. Most recently, when she was coordinating with Mr. Scott Strader having an amended petition submitted, they agreed to have it submitted the next day. So a camera shows up in there. That's what the attorney recommended, that process server. Now Theo says Mr. Schrader, along with former council member Wally Dietz, were hovering around her car in the parking lot while the petition was being served. I don't even know what kind of car she drives. I wasn't even with Mr. Dietz that day. And y'all are going to believe this? It's nonsense. I'm telling you, I got a call from the Dayton city attorney several weeks after we hired Theo. He filled me in on a lot of information. I started making phone calls over there. And that's when I really became concerned about what's going to happen in Dickinson. Look at the people getting thrown under the bus.
Your 3 minutes are up, sir.
Okay.
All right, next we have Brian Rivera.
My name is Brian Rivera. Thank you, council and mayor, for letting me talk. I traveled today. I actually was, I helped out on the recall recently. So for everyone that was on social media saying there's a recall, it has a face now. I actually helped with that. I was a consultant. I've consulted for 65 recalls across the country. I actually grew up in Texas City. So when I heard about this one, I was like, okay. I saw what the people wanted and I did a job. Out of every charter I've ever seen, I actually am currently helping write 3 charters in the state of Texas. Excuse me. And out of every charter I've ever seen, the one that I was showed for the city of Dickinson was one of the hardest charters I've ever went through in my life. I had 4 attorneys that went through law school, one at Harvard, that couldn't even understand most of the stuff on it. So we did the best we could. And I believe that everybody that was involved did everything they could do to get everything done correctly. I know there was 1,195 people in total that signed. There was about 935 of those were good, and 685 was what was needed. Some of the rumors went around that we had forced people to sign it. And as a business owner, it's pretty sad. And one person that calls himself Pineapple on Facebook said 70, 80 people came to them and told them that they did that. I would like y'all to, we legally can't do it, but hey, if you want to take off the 70 or 80 people, we can. And guess what? We'll still have over 685. You find another 80, maybe over here in the building, we'll still have over 685. I believe the people really wanted to do something. They wanted to recall the mayor. That's exactly what happened. One of the things I go back to, sorry about that, I'm coughing. One of the things I go back to is that we didn't have to force anyone to sign it. One of the things where on the charter about reading the affidavit, I've never seen that in my life. Usually you say, hey, we're here to recall the mayor. And about 600 people actually came up to where we were set up and came and signed it. We didn't even have to tell anybody what it was about. It was about a recall. The problem here with this recall and I've had a lot of people tell me this, and there's some case law on it. We're trying to have court with this recall. It's not court. I believe, and I know I can't be specific, but the person that's in recall, believe this person wants to defend himself, and that is great. That's what we all have the right to defend ourselves, right? We have the right to defend ourselves, and that's fine. But a recall during the recall is not when you defend yourself. Let the people speak, and let the people talk, and let us get this to a vote. Let the people, all the council people that are here, let this come to a vote.
Your time
and
is
let
up,
the
sir.
people decide. Thank you.
All right, next we have Daryl Hartwick.
Daryl Hartwick, 4201 38th Street. I actually came here for three reasons. One was to thank Councilman Schick for what he did on Kansas Avenue. There were some trees are growing in the ditch. When he did his call out, I texted him and he called me back several times. I'd like to thank him and Alexis Santiago for the work that they did getting that cleared. The other item is I watch online and I've been hearing about the 1266 expansion, which I'm not disagreeing with any of that. My question I have for you is there any thought going into this about the curve on 1266? The reason I ask that is because I live there. And looking at your plans, there's an 80-foot easement you plan to use to do that. From my property line across the street to the trailer park, you're almost to that first trailer. And as many Rexes that are in that, sorry about that, in that S curve, I was just curious if there's any thought about going into that, if there's going to be any thought. I know it's in preliminary stages now, but I was just curious. And the last thing I have is about this recall. The way I look at it is the citizens signed the petition. They got more than enough. There's a water district election coming in 2 months. You could share the cost of the election. If the citizens don't want you as mayor, then they'll vote you out. If they want to keep you as mayor, then you stay as mayor. But until council makes a decision here, nobody out here's got an answer. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have John Parker.
My name is John Parker. I live here in Dickinson. And I wanted to ask, why are the current administration not putting out bids for the picnic grounds? And why are all the things that the administration is doing is always with the entity? The picnic grounds get bids awarded to branch services. It was never put out for bids. Why? Why not? Why wasn't it? Why is the administration cherry picking these projects instead of getting the best bid? Water Street project is handled to a different developer on a silver platter. Why? Why are we doing this? And why is the city manager giving himself permission to drink and dine developers that are given contracts without any bidding proceeds to secure the best deal for the city and the community? Again, no bidding process. Why? Why not no bidding process? ProSource is used to buy property and then sell and then sold to the city. Jesse Brentley is the city council as well as EDC and is employed by ProSource. How is this even possible? Does Jesse Brentley, the mayor, the city manager, the board at EDC, and the board of DMD not know that this dishonorable at best is illegal conclusion and felony at worst? There is a conflict of interest using around everything that administration, the city council, the EDC, and the DMD does, and then it's wrapped in sequentially because of the way the mayor wants it. This is nuts. It's crazy, immoral. And why the city council must approve the recall petition. I'm truly embarrassed by the way in which all the proceedings and audits the turnovers at the city hall and the way in which the boards are being manipulated by the mayor is truly rotten cherry on top. If you were able to approve the recall, the citizens of Dickinson would then have a right to decide whether they want to keep the mayor in office or elect a different mayor. Approve the recall now and let democracy run its course. Thank you.
All right, next up, we have Heidi Gordon.
Good evening. I'm Heidi Gordon. I'm from Leak City, and I'm a resident of Galveston County, of course. I'm concerned that this toxic political climate is making the rounds in our county, and the latest targets are you guys on the city council and the mayor, along with a few city employees for collateral damage. This toxic rhetoric and burn it all to the ground politics is so counterproductive to the best interests of any community, especially at the local level, as this is where most decisions are made that affect our daily lives. While a core group of disgruntled residents, egged on by a few outsiders, are distracting you with political theater, literal accusations of witchcraft, assigning labels, attacking city employees and public servants, did you know that Dickinson residents have enjoyed tax cuts every year and council has still managed to expand public works and buy more equipment? Did you know there are business development projects that have been completed while more are still being planned, like Backyard Brewing, opening downtown, Water Street, grocery store on the east side? There are 2 good videos out there about those on the EDC's Facebook page. Has anybody seen those? New ground has been broken on a park across the street. Millions of dollars of grant money is coming in to the city thanks to Councilman Simpson's work with HGAC for drainage projects that you so badly need here. And most recently, a departmental cover-up was exposed that a police officer threw a homeless man to the ground and then refused to get him care, which could have very well led to his death. So why aren't we paying attention to these things? Why are we paying attention to what's going on Facebook, these allegations that are not backed up by much proof that I've seen? Who benefits from this? What are the motives? One is a developer who lost some sweet land deals with the city once a new council took over. What is their motive? Money. One is a former TV reporter from Houston who now pushes an agenda for paying clients on his YouTube channel. Again, the motive is money. Another is an out-of-town developer who's become something of a political agent for a select few in this county who are trying to consolidate power. What is his motive? Money and power. A few councilmen whose friends are no longer getting their special perks of having their connections in city government. Some residents who may legitimately feel unheard, but are listening to people who only want to attack and misrepresent. And finally, a consultant who specializes in getting duly elected persons recalled. I've never heard of a political consulting company like this. It's like the ambulance chasers of political consultancy. Are their motives pure? Can I have my time
You
back?
do not have the floor. You need to speak. You need to sit. We had people from Texas City speak. We had other people speak. You do not have to live in the city to speak. No, if people continue to interrupt, we will have to remove people from the meeting. This is going to be a controversial meeting, I realize. Please, let's try to be civil, give people their time, let them speak. Thank you.
I felt I had to come here as a resident of this county because it's not just happening here, it's happening in other places in the county, and it's going to continue to happen unless we put a stop to it. And that's why I'm calling it out. So are these motives pure? Do they honestly feel the city government?
Your time is up.
I lost some time, didn't I?
Sure, hours.
Can I have?
He credited the time. He credited the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, just please try to examine the motives of these people before making a decision. Thank you.
All right. Next up, we have, I think, Larry Burke.
Mayor, we had a couple individuals that came up here and did not read their address. Can we just ask that anybody else that comes up, please read your address to the council? Thank you.
Good evening. 3 minutes starts now. I'm a 27-year resident and taxpayer of League City. I thank you for your service, but I supported the recall. I'm active in the recall, and I'm here because I sure hope you guys will start doing your job. Okay. I don't even know where to start. I could start, but I can't finish. But I can tell you one thing. I don't think I even know anybody that works at this city anymore. Mayor, I met you the first year you got elected. It was at a fundraiser for the school over at the Nestler Center. And Theo, I met you. The ex-chief of police introduced me to you. But I haven't ever heard from you guys anymore. I live in this neighborhood. I've been living here for a long time. I've done a lot for the city, a lot, and will continue to. I love this city. But looks like you pretty much got it on your own. So that's all I got to say right now. I support the recall.
All right, thank you. Next, we have Joe Wilburn.
Joe Wilburn, 1309 Forest Cove, Dickinson. I'm here. You all know I'm way in support of the recall for many reasons. And what I like to say here is it looks like things are convoluted on one side and they're fair on another side. And I'd just like to get to some of the convolution. The city charter says, that we shouldn't be a council member and be able to be on any other board. That's what the charter says. You shouldn't be, and it shouldn't be, in my opinion. But we've got councilmen sitting on other boards, and that creates a problem with trust in the community. And that is skirted around by the practice of law. Let you skirt around that through the charter. All lawyers are practicing law, and they'll tell you when they make a mistake and it's not in your favor. I'll promise you, I've been there. They say, we're just practicing law. In reality, we're practicing. So, we've been up here and been told that we couldn't exercise our First Amendment rights by your city attorney here. He's practicing his law. He feels like that's right. But we've got a recall here, and because it don't follow the city charter exactly the way it's supposed to be intended, and I don't even know if you can do it legally. I question that, but we can skate the charter on every other thing. We can put people on boards. We can skirt around anything in that charter except a recall. There's been a lot of effort put forth on this recall. There's a lot more people. I've said it to other folks. There's a lot more people that'll sign that recall today than signed it in the beginning. And I'll be happy to make the rounds again if that's what it takes. But when is the community going to be able to heal? When are we going to come together? The mayor could run again, and if he wins, way good. Let him win. But tonight is for y'all's decision. It's y'all's decision to say, well, let's come together. Let's stop all this division in the community. It appears that the mayor's not going to stop, and it appears that I'm not going to stop. It appears that these folks aren't going to stop. So where does it stop? Do we just keep going in this vicious cycle, or can we heal the community tonight and all come together and say, hey, Mayor, it looks like you're going to have to run again at some other time. It looks like the people have spoken, and they have. If we can skate the charter on every other thing that we're doing,
why can't one little check mark in a box, why does one check mark in a box have to determine whether that recall petition is valid? Thank you.
All right, next we have Rich Gustafson. Did I say that correctly? Oh, thank you.
Rich Gustafson, I'm from Dickinson, Texas, 12234 2nd Street. Let me just state by saying I'm not reading anything off my phone. My phone's turned over straight from the heart. I'm very much about the audit, as I spoke last time at City Council. Let me just say, Mr. Brantley, I have a lot more respect for you. I really do. A whole new perspective. I appreciate that. But I'm anxious to see this audit. I'm anxious to see where our tax dollars are going. Honestly, appreciate you giving us a little bit of info. There's a little bit of transparency there. Appreciate that. But the money thing is one thing, but people's lives are another. And whenever, let me just put it like this. Bosses have titles, leaders have people, and we're losing people. We're not just losing them here, we're losing them at the College of the Mainland. I spoke over there the other day. And when we don't have people, it doesn't take a rocket scientist or a college professor to figure out that it's leadership. When people are gone, whether they're getting fired, whether they're getting laid off, whether they're on administrative leave, fixing to get fired, whatever it is, I mean, who's next? Is the chief next? Is the permit guy next? Who's next? Guys, you have got to be leaders. That's your jobs, is to be leaders. Coach people up. In all honesty, y'all are held at a whole different standard, a way higher standard, okay? Way higher, all of you. And I don't want to point anybody out, but let me tell you something. When I'm on Facebook, I try to put everything positive. Everything positive. I have grandkids. I don't want them seeing that crap on Facebook. But there's some officials in this room today and on that board down there at the college I spoke at the other day, they were actually doing Facebook on the board while the meeting was going on. How disrespectful is that? Come on, guys. I'll tell you right now, if I was in any of you shoes, I wouldn't be on Facebook, period, at all. At all. Because all you do is incriminate yourself. So I'm going to ask y'all to do the right thing. Be leaders that you're supposed to be and step up and do the right thing. Thank you.
All right, is it Vanessa McAfee is next? Okay.
Hello. Hi, City Council. My name is Vanessa McAfee. I am from Texas City. I live in the same town as Brian Rivera, who has admitted that he is the face of the recall. So, and I am here to speak in support against the recall and support of Mayor Skipworth. So the first thing I want to do is say thank you to you guys. I know how hard it is to just run and campaign and even be elected. So the people who are sitting in these seats won an election. You got more votes, and some went to a runoff and even won the runoff. So you won the election, so that's why you're here. The trend of recalls isn't anything new. It's a tactic to disrupt local government bodies. It's happening across the country. It isn't what the people want. It is what the people who didn't win their election want. The recall group had people working on this campaign from across the country, and they were being paid. They didn't understand the recall when they were trying to explain to people and get them to get their signatures. We see this from videos that are on Facebook that were put on there. So they couldn't even explain why to sign or not to sign. And the excuse that the charter is complicated is weak. If you are someone who does recalls across the state, then you should be able to read a charter. The campaign to do the recall is funded by big pocketbooks with unlimited resources. And someone should surely be able to manage to break down that charter in order to figure out how to complete the recall right the first time. Thank you.
All right, next, is it, I apologize if I mispronounced your name. Is it, your last name's Evenhouse, is that right? I'm sorry? You didn't mean to sign in. Okay, understood. Okay, no worries. And next we have Michelle Hernandez. Were you here to speak on 8A? Michelle, are you in here? Okay. Then we have Charles Love is next. He doesn't want to talk. Okay. All right. Then that is the end of the public comment section. So we'll move on to item, and we do have more of you that signed up, but you're for the item later. So we'll still get to you. All right. We'll move on to item 6, the consent agenda. The following items are considered routine by the city council and will be enacted by one motion. There will not be a separate discussion on these items unless a council member requests, in which event the item will be removed from the consent agenda and discussed after the consent agenda. All right, let me make sure I heard you. So 6A, B.
A, D dog, E Edward, G George.
Okay, A, D, and G. Okay, so we'll remove those items. Is there a motion to approve the remaining consent agenda items? All right, there's a motion by Councilman Townsend, a second by Councilman Simpson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. All right, we'll move on and handle these individually. So the first item was item 6A. Is there a motion to approve item 6A?
Make a motion to approve with corrections.
All right, what are those
Correction
corrections?
would be 7A and the adjournment. When we came out, Councilman Simpson left and he wasn't there to vote on item 7A and he wasn't there for the adjournment.
Okay.
All right, can y'all take note of that for us? Okay, thank you.
All right, is there a second to that motion?
Second.
All right, a second by Councilman Brantley. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll take this to a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next, we had item 6D. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is there a motion to approve item 6D, consideration and possible action to approve change order number 1 for library foundation repairs from the Umhagen Construction Tucon LLC for a decrease of $65,527.94.
Move to approve.
So motion approved by Councilman Simpson. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, a second by Councilman Schick. Any discussion?
Yeah. So
Councilman Towns.
on the savings, looked like it came in part from, I have to find it because the way it's done this week, it's not easy like normal. I guess it came from some of the air conditioner stuff didn't have to be redone in the library.
Yes, sir. And what we're trying to do is when we had originally scoped the library project, it was awarded back in July was when we had most of our design work done. And so what I asked staff to do as we were getting closer to the new budget year, we wanted to make sure we kept the property tax rate what it is, but we also needed to work on some of the sales taxes in regard to some of the 380 agreements dealing with home building. Right now, that was a little down. So what I asked staff to do is to work on getting the project completed timely, but also at the same time to be budget conscious. And so this was one of the areas they felt that they could augment and not change the quality of the work.
Any other?
So
go ahead.
we're actually going to save $65,000 on that.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions or comments?
I had one.
Yes, Councilman Linden.
Documents indicate there was damage to the HVAC during the foundation repair.
Yeah. So what ended up happening was we had a subcontractor that it kind of in the foundation portion of this project had done some damage to and so when we were kind of scoping out for the rest of the project, we thought we were going to have to do a full replacement on some things. And so this was one area where it was like, can we get the repair done without having to replace the entire unit. And so what actually happened was we worked with a subcontractor. Subcontractor worked with us to actually make the repair. And we were able to save the unit because we were kind of planning on needing to change out the unit. And, you know, there was a little bit of finger pointing back and forth, but we were able to kind of get everyone in together. So yeah, it was a savings, but it was because we were kind of anticipating needing to spend money and then maybe go after a contractor later, but the contractor did what they were supposed to do. And we saved a unit, which was the big part. We saved our unit.
Are there any other questions? Hearing none, we'll take this to a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. And I believe the last item would be item 6G, consideration and possible action to approve travel and training reimbursement requests for.
You forgot E.
Oh, E as well. I apologize. Item 6E, consideration and possible action to approve change order number 11R for West Gum Bayou drainage improvements from TLC Construction Contract Services in the amount of $440,000, 562. Let me start that over. In the amount of $440,562.09. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Motion approved by Councilman Schick. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Brantley. Discussion.
Why is it so much and what is it?
I'm going to have, if you don't mind, I'd like to get Chase to come up. I know he's been, Chase, are you here, buddy? He's going to help me because this is the West Gum drainage project to finish the project. On the question is in regard to our change order in regard to the West Gum Bayou drainage improvement project with TLC in the amount of $440K. Can you tell us a little bit about the history of it? And I was also going to say is that if I'm not mistaken, that this is actually kind of like the last portion of the project.
Yes,
and I'm trying to understand why it's
And
a
it's an
change order.
accounting error, basically that our public management, we are correcting. I believe it's $218. I don't have the dollar amount in front of me.
Yeah, I think that this was actually a mislabel in that this is actually the retainage amount for the project.
Correct. Yes, sir.
What
Yeah,
it
this
actually is.
closing out the project. This is federally funded dollars.
Yeah, so
And
what
it's
you'll see.
closing out the project.
Yeah, the number that was transposed on there is kind of like that's the retainage number. If you actually look in the supporting documentation that was provided to council and to the public, is that it's actually a $218 difference in what the amount of award was, and there was about $218 off on the accounting portion. The $440,000 as quoted here is that 10% retainage of the entire project. And that's going to be the last payout with the closeout of the project. But what the actual change order is the $218 difference between the contracted price and what we paid out.
So what are we voting on, the 218 or the 440?
Technically, you're voting on the 218, but this is to release the retainage of that 440 at this point, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this was already budgeted. We're not having to come up with $500,000.
No, sir. No, sir. This is federal dollars. It's from I don't have the documentation in front of me.
Texas Department of Emergency Management. It was a TDEM project. And so, yeah, so what it is that this is to release that 10% retainage, but in that retainage, there's also that $218. That's why there's a change order. It's actually the $218 difference between the contracted price and what we need to
So
pay
the
out.
440 has already been approved.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So we're really not, so when we say we're approving a $440,000 change, we're not.
No, it's supposed to be a $218 change and a
change.
release of the $440,000 retainage,
All right.
basically.
So we're just cleaning up the books. We're not coming up with money.
No, sir. Yes, sir.
All right.
Cleaning up the books. Close the project out.
We are coming up with
$218.
I understand that, but we're not coming up with 440. All right.
Are there any other questions or comments? Hearing none, we'll take this to a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Now we'll get to item 6G. Consideration and possible action to approve travel and training reimbursement request for Councilmember Bill Schick for the TML conference in the amount of $664.90.
Move to approve.
There's a motion approved by Councilman Simpson. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, and a second by Councilman Linton. Discussion.
I got a question. Why are we voting on this? Because we budget for all of these. We've never had to do it before for an individual. So
Nim, if you don't mind. Well, so what happened was we have a brand new finance director, Sarah Clark. Well, I won't say brand new. She's been with us for a little while, but recently upgraded to finance director. As we were going through, and she was just going through the processes of checklisting everything, and I'll let Nim speak a little bit more to it. And I do think this is a cleanup language that I think we surely do need to consider. Is we did find some language that says that reimbursements need to be approved by council, which I'm not necessarily sure why that is the case. Can you speak to that a little bit, Nim? Because I remember it got pulled by finance for our discussion.
Yes, sir. Happy to. The requirement is actually in the charter. It's section 3.03, which speaks to the amount that the members of council are paid per meeting. But then it follows, in addition, members of the city council shall be entitled to reimbursement for actual expenses incurred in the performance of official duties with the approval of the city council at a public meeting. So that's where that requirement comes from.
And so I just want to say is I think this was really more, again, this is a very, very reasonable reimbursement request. What I was going to say is that we just may be one of those charter cleanups. Normally you wouldn't see something like this on there. And like I said, we have relatively new finance director. And so she went and kind of did the homework on it just to make sure that was the case.
So in other words, every time we go to a meeting and every time we put in for reimbursement, we're going to have to come up here and vote on it. We go to TML every year. We didn't have to vote on our expenses for Mr. Linton, Councilman Linton, Councilman Scheck, the mayor, me, Councilman Simpson, you.
No, so what I was going to say is that I think that one of the things is that this is dealing with, reimbursement only. If I'm not mistaken.
But we budget to go to these. My understanding is the city didn't pay for the hotel, so he had to foot his own bill.
Correct.
And get reimbursement.
Correct. Okay, that's how I understand it too. And so that's partially kind of why we're here, because we're reading the plain charter language. And now I don't know, Nim, if
I think what he's saying is that, but if it, like the rest of us, we didn't pay for the hotel and then get reimbursed. So since the city just paid for the hotel room, that's why it didn't appear. Is that right?
Correct, because the specific language is dealing with reimbursement, not like going to it. That's the weird, and that's why.
So when I turned in my mileage to go to TML, that's not a reimbursement.
Well, I think it probably
didn't know about it
at that time. Like I said, this one is the one that our finance director had kind of was. I think it was because she was relatively new and doing a reimbursement. So she was basically like just going through everything she knew. And so she was trying to, check off everything. And then that's when she brought it to Nim's attention. Hey, I found this charter provision. Does this apply to Council Member Schick? And I believe that y'all had that conversation. I'm not saying that is a good and like great, because generally speaking, you're talking about, reimbursement for mileage is what you're talking about, or a per diem on a meal or a deal like that. I'm not necessarily saying that that's a good thing. I'm just saying, or is the right one, it might be the right one. But what I'm saying is that just on the plain language, that's kind of where we're at. And I don't know how y'all want to deal with it, or if y'all, I don't know, Nim, this is a great opportunity to ask one quick question. Is the passing of the budget line item for, say, travel, training, and so forth, would that pass muster in the charter? Like, let's say it's like, the bulk of I'm just making up a number, like it was, $5,000 for council training or something. Would that pass muster? Because I don't know.
I wouldn't think so, because that line item in the budget is going to be, like you say, in your example, the 5,000 overall for the council to attend various trainings. But when you talk about actual expenses, which is what it says in the charter, that's going to be an amount that's not contemplated in that budget. Now it's budgeted for, but it's just that charter language just speaks to actual expenses that is sought for reimbursement. I think the best way to kind of sidestep this going forward is just to have the city prepay for the various expenses of sending members of council to various trainings and such. And so you don't have or you reduce the number of instances of reimbursement requests having to come to a meeting like this.
Okay.
Like I said, I just want to say is that, it was really kind of through, our finance director who's doing a great job kind of, working through a lot of the stuff that we're talking about this evening about audits and so forth. And so when she was just kind of like, okay, well, this is kind of my first time really doing a reimbursement. Let me go do some homework and try to figure out what I'm supposed to do. And that's when she stumbled on that charter provision and took it to city attorney. So like I said, I'm not, we can do it any way y'all want to in the future. And
okay,
we'll work through it.
Just say that, I think that would need to, we consider that in a future agenda item. For the moment, we're just considering the specific request, but any other comments or questions on this? Hearing none, we'll take this to a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right, move on to item 8A. Consideration and possible action to approve an ordinance concerning a request to amend the official zoning map from neighborhood commercial zoning district to general commercial zoning district for the approximately plus or minus 0.70 acres located at 2020 Highway 3, legally described as Abstract 19, Perry and Austin, Sir, part of Lot 10, part of Lot 9, West Part Front Lot 8 Block, and West Part Front Lot 7 Block, 131 Moore's Edition, and Lot 1 Block 131 Moore's Edition. This would be a first reading. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
All right, there's a motion to approve by Councilman Schick. Is there a second?
A second.
A second by Councilman Linton. And Yvonne, do you have something to?
We had the public hearing at the previous meeting.
Okay.
And so this is the first reading. We'll have the second reading.
Okay.
And the request is to change to general commercial.
All right. Is there any discussion on this item?
I got a question.
Councilman Schick, I'm sorry. Councilman, whatever your name is, Townsend.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I apologize, sir.
A lot of things. I'll take that. The one lot that they're going all the way to Avenue F, is that going to affect them other homeowners over there? And what is that for? The dumpster or something in the back? Or I think I've seen parking lots.
Yeah, so what's being proposed here is a convenience store, and the plan is to put the building on the floor in the front and then have a drive aisle on the back end to go to the front.
All right. Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, we'll take this to a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. All right, we'll move on to item 9, action items for consideration. So before we get to item 9A, I discuss kind of a procedural issue. Strangely, state law does not actually force me to recuse myself from this vote, which does not seem right. And as such, I'm not going to vote on this measure. However, state law says if you can't abstain unless it is a direct financial conflict under certain circumstances. So I actually have to leave to not be in the bill, basically go, so that my vote doesn't count as a nay vote. So I will not be participating or present for part of this, where I leave for this item. However, before I go, excuse me, my mic is acting strange. I do have a statement that I'm going to make, and then I'm going to yield the chair to our Mayor Pro Tem, Johnny Simpson. So if you bear with me, my comments may take a little bit. As we consider this item, as this item will be considered in a moment, the people that have orchestrated this recall call themselves, quote, the Citizens for Responsible Government. They want you to believe that they are government watchdogs, and to be sure they are watchdogs, but they're watchdogs for what the citizens in Dickinson know is the good old boy system. This recall isn't really about any of the manufactured controversies we've seen in the dozens of smear videos and angry public comments. This recall is about the fact that there's a long-term ruling class of people in this city that are out of power, and worse, this administration has acted to expose those that have profited and benefited from the system for decades. Consider the silence of the Citizens for Responsible Government concerning the major news of a felony indictment that came out of a Galveston County grand jury this past Thursday. This indictment only moved forward because I and some of the council members being attacked by this group acted almost 2 years ago to expose a cover-up carried out by former Police Chief Ron Morales and former Police Lieutenant Frank Price. This recall is about the fact that I and others dare to stand up to Ron Morales and expose a cover-up perpetrated by a man who built a career and a brand on the good old boy system here in Dickinson. Now, for those of you that are unaware of what I'm referring to, let me bring you up to speed. and explain why the nature of this controversy lies at the heart of the recall effort. In 2022, the city manager and I were made aware of complaints about the arrest and injuries sustained during arrest of a local resident, Mr. Michael Skurlock. When citizens began alleging this was an incident of police brutality, I asked the city manager to look into the issue further. He, in turn, reached out to our former police chief, Ron Morales. Chief Morales told the city manager and myself that the injuries Mr. Skurlock sustained were due to being struck by a vehicle. We accepted this explanation and believed that it would be properly investigated by Lieutenant Frank Price, who was over internal affairs. The internal affairs investigation ultimately concluded that there was no wrongdoing on the part of the officer. Later, an officer stepped forward as a whistleblower to say that they felt this incident had been covered up and that further investigation was needed. At this point, council members Jenna Simpson, Johnny Simpson, Fred Linton, Jesse Brantley, and I were on council. And when this incident occurred, we listened and called for a thorough investigation of the circumstances surrounding the arrest of Michael Skurlock. The investigator's report was very different from the internal affairs report put together by Lieutenant Price. It concluded there were, in fact, major legal issues with the arrest, the detainment, and the injuries suffered by Michael Skurlock. It recommended that this incident be forwarded to the district attorney's office. Council ultimately followed this recommendation and forwarded all the evidence in a criminal complaint. The independent report also reached several conclusions about the investigation performed by Lieutenant Price and overseen by Chief Morales. It notes several problems with that investigation. For instance, Lieutenant Price interviewed only one witness for his internal affairs investigation, the officer subject of the investigation. This would be akin to only interviewing the suspect when investigating a murder. Other witnesses, including responding officers, were not interviewed as part of the internal investigation. Lieutenant Price's investigation concluded that it was unfounded to state that Mr. Skurlock's injuries were the result of the actions of an officer that threw him to a curb to where, in the words of a fellow officer, it, quote, sounded like a watermelon struck the curb. If the IA investigation is to be believed, Mr. Skurlock's injuries were the result of the reason for police being called out in the first place, to respond to a traffic accident in which Mr. Skurlock was the victim. A traffic accident so minor that Mr. Skurlock is on video, alert, mobile, and making jokes prior to the takedown. I want you to think about the conclusion of this report for just a moment. That conclusion isn't speaking to whether or not a use of force was justified. Indeed, there are cases where justified use of force can cause injury, but the IA investigation actually makes the outrageous claim that Mr. Skurlock's injuries were not caused by an officer takedown that knocked him unconscious and left him bleeding. A conclusion that outrageous cannot be reached based on pure incompetence, but rather actual malice. And that is precisely the conclusion that the independent report reached, that this report had to be tailored to reach that specific conclusion in order to back up the lie that Chief Morales told me about Mr. Skurlock's injuries being due to the traffic accident. Despite recall advocates, most notably Ms. Dawn King, branding this entire affair a distraction or retaliation, a grand jury felt differently and issued a felony indictment over this incident last week, an incident that Chief Morales and Lieutenant Price signed off as, quote, nothing to see, if not for the integrity of a department whistleblower and the integrity of officers that cooperated with the investigation, none of this would have come to light. Whatever the final outcome of this case is in terms of legal guilt or innocence of the officer, the plain fact is there was a cover-up, pure and simple. Hours of footage from the jail, footage that showed Mr. Skurlock crying out in pain, vomiting blood, was deleted despite being relevant to an IA investigation and had to be recovered by the city IT staff. Because you see, Chief Morales had a reputation, a brand to maintain. And instead of telling the truth, he and Lieutenant Price conducted a sham investigation to sweep all of this under the rug. Lieutenant Price never spoke to council's private investigator. He suddenly went on medical leave from which he never returned. I've read the transcript of Chief Morales' interview with the investigator. The chief was combative and initially refused to cooperate. Ultimately, the city attorney had to inform him that he was legally required to cooperate with the investigation. It's also worth noting that Chief Morales filed his retirement papers right around the time this investigation began. What I've laid out over the last few minutes is disturbing enough, but the truth is that Chief Morales' effort to cover up what happened to Michael Skurlock went beyond what I just described. In addition to burying this incident within the department, Chief Morales attempted to blackmail the city council in order to stop council from engaging in our lawful oversight and authority over the department. In the summer of 2022, council became suspicious about this incident, as well as other investigations into local corruption that appear to be buried by Lieutenant Price. Chief Morales accessed security camera recordings in City Hall and pulled up recordings from a camera that faces the door of the mayor's office. Chief Morales confronted the city manager and claimed that a quorum of council had gathered in my office prior to a council meeting. Chief Morales was then advised by the city manager, the city attorney, as well as an outside attorney that a quorum was not present, that city business was not deliberated, and that no violation of state law had occurred. Chief Morales' comment to the city manager was akin to that it would, quote, be a shame if word of this supposed illegal meeting got out. The private investigator, while also participating in the Uvalde police response investigation, informed the city manager that colleagues in law enforcement and the Uvalde case specifically had warned him that Chief Morales was calling them to ask about the investigator's background in what seemed to be an attempt to gather information that could discredit council's investigator. We, you need to leave the room, sir. Sir, leave the room. You cannot interrupt. We do not interrupt you.
You told me many times.
Did we have a motion?
You told me many times that my 3 minutes were
Discussion.
You're disrupting the meeting. Please leave. We began, excuse me. Let me start that section over. The private investigator, while also participating in the Uvalde police response investigation, informed the city manager that colleagues in law enforcement in the Uvalde case specifically had warned him that Chief Morales was calling them to ask about the investigator's background in what seemed to be an attempt to gather information that could discredit council's investigator. We began receiving public information requests from Mr. Wayne Doltrafino asking for a copy of a security camera footage of this supposed illegal meeting. Around the same time, Mr. Doltrafino also reached out to our private investigator. The investigator had been present for this meeting in my office, and Mr. Doltrafino claimed that an illegal meeting took place and asked the investigator to work with him to, quote, take them down together. Our investigator declined and informed him that nothing illegal had happened during the meeting. Ultimately, Mr. Doltrafino received this footage kept by Chief Morales that he recorded with a cell phone off his monitor to avoid leaving a log of him downloading this footage. It's interesting that jail footage of Mr. Skurlock suffering in jail was deleted, but we managed to retain a copy of this blackmail footage. As Mr. Doltrafino has stated, he doesn't work for free, and despite being a strong advocate for transparency, he won't disclose who funds his work. But it's an open secret in town that a longtime friend and political ally of Chief Morales, Joe Wilburn, is more than likely funding the smear campaign. The Skurlock investigation was referred to the district attorney's office in the spring of 2023, but it didn't become public knowledge until the fall of 2023. Only weeks after, myself and other members of council confirmed to the press that an investigation had occurred and that we felt the former police administration attempted to bury the Skurlock investigation. Smear mailers calling for my recall went out and a campaign began. Decide for yourself if that's a coincidence. On social media, advocates of the recall claimed I was a traitor and a terrorist and said I should be hanged. Mr. Joe Wilburn, despite his comments this evening, talked with a friend about how city council should, quote, be purged from the earth and discussed openly how to dispose of bodies. All of this, everything, this recall, this violent rhetoric, stalking city officials across state lines, blackmail a city council, is because your government is working to benefit the many and not just the few. The recall committee that has been put together is perhaps the best representation of the good old boy system we could put together in Dickinson. We have 3 former members of council with strong ties to this regime, spearheading the effort. They want so desperately for Dickinson to get back to business as usual. They represent a way of doing business that has to end. They represent the system that puts someone like Ron Morales in charge of our police department in the first place. Over 25 years ago, that mentality took him, Dickinson's mayor, and the powers that be appointed him to police chief. He had almost no experience as a police officer, reportedly had to attend the police academy prior to assuming the role of chief, and lacked a bachelor's degree as required by state law. None of this was enough to stop his appointment. He went from cadet to police chief because he was one of the boys, one of the good old boys. All of this behavior has continued, and many expect to continue to get their piece of the pie. Some are in this room, and some are sitting up at the dais with us right now. Mr. Wilburn attempted to interfere with the Water Street deal years ago and threatened a developer to give his friend a sweetheart land deal or risk having him blow up the development. It only stopped because the city manager and I stepped in. Mr. Wilburn then hired Mr. Dolcefino to smear and discredit us. When Councilman Schick was president of the EDC, he flaunted the spirit, if not the letter, of state nepotism laws when he emailed the EDC director and directed him to purchase thousands of dollars of furniture for his girlfriend, now his wife, for her new job that she would be starting full time. He did this despite there being no authorization from the EDC board for this hire. This nepotism only stopped because the city manager and I stepped in. Now, the same person, proudly endorsed by the former chief and backed by Mr. Wilburn, is the primary advocate on council, asking for it to vote to violate the charter and move the recall forward. This fight this recall isn't a fight between young and old or a fight between those that have lived here for generations. Not everyone that came before was corrupt. God knows I'm not Dickinson's savior, and I'm not the first or only person to try to fight back against the system in this community, either as a member of the community or member of city council. What I've become, though, is a target of those that are afraid power and influence is slipping away. You know, when you were kids, there was this chant kids would say to each other. You probably heard it before. I'm rubber, you're glue. Everything you say bounces off to me and sticks back to you. Folks, that's what this recall is really about. It's about an administration that after many years is working to root out actual corruption. And the ones doing this dirt are deflecting by accusing us of the very things that they're guilty of. That isn't fair to us, but that isn't the real injustice. It isn't fair to you, the people. And more importantly, it isn't fair to people like Michael Skurlock. So Dickinson, you do have a choice. You can choose to give in to bullying, threats, smear. You can choose to go back to the past where jobs and deals are handed out based on who you know, where injustices are swept under the rug. Or you can choose to support leadership that stood up and is working to make Dickinson a place where your city works for everyone. You can choose to listen to the supposed Citizens for Responsible Government, a group whose response to elected officials standing up to expose cover-ups is to recall them. The choice is yours. And with that, I yield the floor to Mayor Pro Tem Simpson.
All right, item number 9A, consideration and possible action to determine the sufficiency or insufficiency of the petition filed January 10th, 2024 and amended January 31st, 2024, seeking to recall Mayor Sean Skipworth. We do have public comments on the specific item, and we'll go with that first. First up, we have Pastor Cunningham.
Mayor, Council, to all of you. (2112) Greenlee Lane, Dickinson, Texas. Preacher for 42 years, pastor of New Jerusalem Baptist Church for 30 years, 3018 Avenue F. I come in representation of the Lord. They called me 42 years ago to always tell the truth, because the truth makes folk free. So this morning about 4:30, 5 o'clock, I want to share with you what the Lord put in my mind, because we knew who was going to be here tonight. He knew everybody was going to be here. You know why? Because he made everybody. The earth is his, y'all, and the fullness thereof, the world and they that dwell in. I just start writing down stuff. Motives, immoral, ethics, integrity, attitude. And you mentioned about church, right? The people go to church. How many go to church in here? Everybody go to church on Sunday. Everybody dress up. We dress up. There's some deacons in here, right? Might be some preachers. There's some preachers in. There's some pastors there. Now watch this. And everybody's back and forth, getting together, going together. Well, now, if you go to church on Sunday and raise hell on Monday, preachers, pastors, we preach one thing in the pulpit and live another. 2 Corinthians 5:10 is the first scripture the Lord gave me this morning. It says, We all must stand, appear before the judgment seat of Christ to give an account of the deeds done, or the things done in these bodies. And then it says whether it be good or bad. Do y'all really think God is asleep tonight? All of us, all Dickinson, wherever you from, media, get it on. Don't edit nothing. Don't edit nothing. We all gonna have to stand before God, y'all. All this Democrat and Republican politics, you can die and go to hell being a Democrat, Republican. Forget all of that. God is gonna judge each one of us. You gotta hear it out there. We can act a fool if we want to. I've seen it at church. I've been pastoring 30 years. I've seen a lot. I know preacher's not right, but God is going to deal with every one of us. I'm not going to preach one thing and live another, because I got to stand for him for myself. That's why I didn't hesitate, and don't hesitate to say what God put on my heart to tell everybody tonight. He knew what you were going to do, say, and all of that. And after all the clowning, you got the answer to God. I'm not going to preach one thing and live another one. Galatians 6 and 7 says, be not deceived, God is not mocked. Whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. Whatever you sow, it comes back to you. I don't know what the mayor did. I don't know what the chief morality did. I don't know. Who knows what who do unless you see with your own eyes. A lot of times we judge it and don't see what some folks do. But you take somebody else's word. But God see everything. That's why we all got the answer. So when Skip Word get before God, he got that word. He's going to answer. I can't. So watch it.
Pastor
So
Cameron.
remember.
Sir, you're,
And our time is about up. You're right. You're right, man.
thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Cunningham. Now we have James Owen.
Well, you better remember that.
Quite an act to follow, for sure. How does a town heal itself? By first, citizens stop wounding each other. I represent 4 and hopefully one day 5 generations of Dickinsonians. I, with my family, have grown up in every aspect of Dickinson life. From
James,
gamblers,
excuse me.
Yes, sir.
I didn't hear your address.
It is 2899 Smoky Lake Lane, Dickinson, Texas.
Okay.
Through every aspect of Dickinson life, Gamblers Pee Wee football, Dickinson 4-H, Dickinson ISD, all the way through graduation, Dickinson Little League, DISD school board memberships, 4 different businesses in this town, and a couple of donations to the fine people of Heartbreakers. I bleed royal blue. I know how this town works. Since the days of the Maceo Dickinson line, I know the families, the addresses, and the color of those who have benefited directly from the city for those decades. And I know the families, the addresses, and the color of those how things have been neglected and marginalized in that time. I've seen it firsthand how things work in this town, or at least how they used to work. Now I can see that things have been changing, from the makeup of council to the areas of focus and to the forward-looking development of the town. And it gives me hope. That's the city I want and would give me pride. What gives me shame is how some people in this town have turned into despicable human beings, siding with hate, bigotry, money, pride, and the terror of losing their privilege and power in this small town. It is very true that those in privilege consider equality to be a form of oppression. I've seen people who I previously thought good and decent side with the likes of disgusting internet thugs, hateful outside parties, and general malcontents ready to sacrifice their humanity to be part of the solution. And that's just what you can find in 10 minutes on the internet. But people are free to be assholes. It's an American tradition. On the most personal of notes, I wish the council not to overrule against the official feedback of the city attorney and city secretary concerning this recall for 2 reasons, 1 ethical and 1 moral. I can personally attest to the underhanded and outright deceitful methods under which these signatures were gathered. The harvesters I interacted with lied about what our mayor can and can't actually do, lied about the form of government we have, and basically said at one point, one of them told me, signing this paper is actually an endorsement of the mayor and a show of your support. Second, the moral part. I have heard people say in this circle of when you consider what side to fall on, consider that the side on the other side have said things like, even with Councilman King gone, they still have their one vote, meaning Councilman Johnny Simpson. And things like, I can't believe our town's gotten so bad, they'll let a godless heathen on our council, meaning Councilwoman Simpson. Now you see if you can square that equation when you consider the merits of this recall and lay your morals and what you lay your morals and ethics on. Thank you, Go Blue 307.
Next, we have Joe Wilburn.
Joe Wilburn, 1309 Forest Cove. I'd like to address a little bit about what the mayor was saying. He threw my name around a bunch of times, and if you want to know what it's going to be like sitting in your shoes, if you ever disagree with the mayor, you know now. If you didn't know then, you'll certainly know now, because Councilman Schick is taking the brunt because he signed the recall petition. I will promise I was on the end of things. That end of things. I was trying to put together a solid deal for the city. It made business sense. He took me to test over it. He didn't like the way it was going. He wanted something different, and the council could have voted for something different, but he wouldn't let the action take its course because it was gaining roots. It wasn't passing his smell test. He wanted a College of the Mainland building there with his name on it. And it looked like the council was going to side with me, and he threw me under the bus and put a complaint against me, a criminal complaint. And I was asked by four councilmen to be on the EDC because of my relationship with business people. I haven't always been to where I could spend the money the way I wanted. I grew up in a place where I raked the floor for company to come over. My grandfather wanted to put lines in the floor for when my mother would come to see us. I grew and I understand business well. I don't understand what the professor does, and he's probably good at it. He's probably one of the best. And I'm not here to run him down, but if you ever disagree with him, I can promise you'll make the front page of the newspaper, and he'll attack your family, and he'll attack everything you do from here on in. And what he just said about Bill Schick is a testament to that. If you want to see my qualifications, look in the Houston Business Journal right now and look at the people who are outcast at Santa Fe who just put a deal with me together. I want everybody, I'm not gonna say what it is. Just take the Houston Business Journal and look what's fixing to be announced in Santa Fe, and look what's been thrown away with the people that's over there in Santa Fe put together. You don't just throw everybody away because you disagree with them. I don't know about this Michael Skurlock deal. I never investigated. It's nothing to do with me and the recall. If somebody's guilty of throwing the man to the ground, he's guilty of throwing the man to the ground. I don't know anything about it. It has nothing to do with me or the recall. What I do know is the man scarred me, and he scarred me, and he's going to scar others just as the way he talked about Mr. Schick here. And I'm with the good preacher here. Everybody's got to answer to what they do. Everybody. And there was 9 or 13 people in that room, and I can guarantee you some of them are sitting here, and I don't believe you could ask any one of them and them tell you that I did anything wrong to deserve what happened to me. I had good businesses here coming along the bayou, 2 restaurants that said they would open up in 12 months and start serving dinner there and bringing in tax dollars. And our feet was cut off, and it changed the direction of Dickinson forever. So I hope y'all make the right decision. Vote your heart. If you want to be treated like this man's just been treated, if you disagree with the mayor, that's exactly what's going to happen.
Thank you. And now we'll have Sonia, is this Aston or Astor? Aston, sorry.
Good evening. My name is Sonia Aston. I'm from the city of Houston. I represent the petitioners group, and I'd like to talk about the actual petition. Initially the form was submitted to the city secretary, and on the form it had the reasoning why the petition was being recalled. City secretary, per the city charter, approved the form. And there is no requirement in the city charter that there be details about the reason for the recall. It just needs to be specific. The city secretary has declared that it was insufficient, but I don't believe that is correct. And there were three grounds. One is that it was not specific enough, and it is. There's two other issues. There's an affidavit that is attached to the signature pages. And the claim was that it did not include language that was required to be on that affidavit. The two issues were, one, that the number of signatures on that particular page was not included. Well, on the front of the page, every signature line is numbered, so it's very easy to determine the number of signatures on each page. Also, there's a claim that there was no statement that said every reader of or every signer could read who the the officer that's being challenged is. Well, there's a clear statement on the top of the petition that states exactly who the recall election is for. So, and then additionally, the city charter allows for an amendment of the petition. So the petitioners went and got another affidavit to be attached to the petition that had those statements on there, even though it was very obvious from the face of the document how many signatures were on there because they're numbered. And also there's a very clear statement as to who the recall person was. So they actually got new affidavits to be attached to that and submitted to the city secretary. Unfortunately, the city secretary denied this, saying it was still insufficient because it could never be fixed because it didn't happen with the initial filing. Well, if that's the case, then why bother having an amendment process in the city charter? Clearly, the writers of the city charter expected there was an opportunity to amend any petition that had any ministerial issues that could be remedied. And that is exactly what was done by this group. So the petition is sufficient. It has followed all the qualifications that are required by the city charter. And it should be deemed sufficient to go forward and be voted on as a sufficient petition. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Aston. And now we'll have Vanessa McAfee. Vanessa McAfee.
Please, she left.
Okay. Garland Copeland.
My name is Garland Copeland. I live at 3717 Kilmer Road, Dickinson. Let me start by prefacing what I intended to say. There's a well-known fact that you can indict a ham sandwich. The way the mayor was talking about some of these people, you would think they had already been convicted, but that has not taken place. And so we all know that an indictment only means that you're charged with something, and it shouldn't be taken any more than that. Let me start with my comment here. At one time, Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg noted that the existence of a fiduciary relationship between a public official and the public is beyond dispute. Fiduciary principles require public officials to act for the good of others rather than for themselves or other private interest. This is true even if the public official only serves in a part-time, or even if he's uncompensated. When a government official is involved, there is an affirmative duty to disclose material information which arises out of the official's fiduciary responsibility in relationship to the public. Creative, skilled writers can often find ways in which they can find loopholes in the written rules and the laws. This creates the need for this fiduciary duty to go above and beyond any written rules or statutes. Hence, a public official has this fiduciary duty to maintain the public trust in concert with everything he or she does or fails to do in that official capacity. In Dickinson's current form of government, the mayor's primary role is to be the city's chief public relations representative. As such, one of his primary fiduciary duties is to maintain the public trust to him, the office of the mayor, and the city's overall administration. He has totally failed to do this, which gets us to where we are this evening. City Council is being asked to determine that the petition to recall the mayor is sufficient. Each of you council members are also public officials.
Mr. Copeland.
And as such, you have this overriding
Mr. Copeland.
fiduciary buddy
Time's up, sir.
duty to the public. Tonight,
Mr. Copeland.
each of you have the opportunity to show that you
Mr. Copeland.
understand and are willing to do this.
Mr. Copeland, your time is up. Thank you. Next, we have Chris Tucker.
Chris Tucker, 2304 Hughes Road. Well, we're kind of at an interesting time. What the mayor said has nothing to do with the recall. Let's get that straight. So these are two separate matters. I don't know what happened. As other people said, this is not what we're here for. And like I said, let the authorities sort that out. Everyone here, with the exception of the city manager and the city attorney, campaigned to the citizens of Dickinson for our vote to elect you to run the city. And with that comes a burden. The burden is that you have chosen, that willingly chosen that you're going to be a good steward, you're going to improve the city, you're going to be transparent, you're going to be all the things that we want as citizens. However, unfortunately, we're at a different point. We're at the point where the management, the mismanagement of the city has put us in quite a situation. We have discord. We do not have transparency. We're embroiled with various people in legal matters. It's got to the point now that the attorney's fees is actually a cost center by itself, which is it's incredible. We've never seen that. I've been on boards before that. I've never seen anything like this at all. We as citizens have lost confidence in what's occurring. We lost confidence in council, and we lost confidence in the mayor. We were shocked to learn that there weren't audits. We didn't have a bond rating, all those things, and that's what drives this at the end of the day. The recall is a recourse. It's a mechanism for us as citizens to hold the council and for the mayor accountable. The recall needs to go to a vote, and it should be let the citizens decide. We elected you. You need to let us decide if we're going to keep you or not. And it doesn't matter. All the other stuff is just noise, and this is the way it works. So the important thing, and the thing we're here for today, is are we going to continue down this path where we have problems, or are we going to straighten up our own house? That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Next, we have William H. King III.
My name is William Henry King III. Live at 408 Gully Ranch Court here in Dickinson, Texas. I've been here in Dickinson for 32 years. Had the privilege of serving on this city council and representing this city as the chairman of the board for the Houston-Galveston Area Council. Served with the city of Dickinson School District, working with young people, work with various organizations in the city of Dickinson. Let me say first and foremost, thank you for your time, for your talents, for the treasures that you've given up to serve as citizen representatives, as council members here in the city of Dickinson. Oftentimes it is a thankless job, but it is a job nevertheless that must be served with ethical integrity and civil brightness. It must be done with value, virtue, with the understanding you're serving the people that elected you, legally elected you, provided votes that made 51% of the vote that allowed you to sit in the seats what you now represent from seats 1, districts 1 through 6. The question before you tonight is not easy to be a city council person. It's not easy because sometimes you face issues that's facing you tonight, where you have friends that are on one side of the council chambers that may hold you accountable to their desires. I love Dickinson. I love living in Dickinson. I'm embarrassed by what I see on social media. My family members are calling me from Philadelphia and California, Los Angeles, asking me what's going on in Dickinson. I'm proud to live in Dickinson because I believe it's a good place to live. I believe you've done well with our tax rate. I believe you've done well with our buildings and construction. I believe you've done well with the financial responsibilities. I understand about the audit company. And oftentimes they don't always function like you want to, like you would desire them to. And all of them don't always have the best leadership or loyalty to their customers. And it's something you have to work with over time. So the question before you is, when the petition was filed, did everything line up? When the petition was turned in, signatures, was everything done appropriately, correctly, according to the charter of the city of Dickinson? It's an easy yes or no question. It's not about where we eat breakfast in the morning. It's not about where we have our hamburgers in the afternoon, but it's about whether or not the charter was followed according to the directives. I believe that it's important for you to not only focus on the charter and focus on whether or not it was done in a proper manner. And if it was done so, then move forward accordingly. But do not be threatened. Do not allow yourself to be bamboozled, condescended upon concerning whether or not you serve another term. You work because you're in the current term to the best of your ability. And the voters will decide. The voters will decide, as they did in May of 2023. So if Tony Bennett left his heart in San Francisco, I'm going to leave mine in Dickinson.
Thank you, Mr. King. We will now have Michelle Hernandez. Michelle Hernandez. Okay, David Lehman.
David Lehman, 3802 Texas Avenue. It's imperative that you approve the recall process and that it is allowed to run its course. The reasons are outlined below. The mayor has overstepped his role and manipulated the boards of the EDC and the DMD by forcing out certain board members that weren't submissive to the mayor's views. When the mayor decided that you weren't a follower and that you wouldn't drink his Kool-Aid, he got the city council to vote you off of the board, and he got the city council to appoint a follower in your place that would approve anything that he wanted. This type of intimidation shouldn't be how the process of governing should work. The process should be where a debate of the pros and cons of the topic should be discussed and everyone's opinions are heard. The debate should be then rehashed and a vote taken. This is what government is and what America is based upon. This is what's better for the community and its citizens as a whole. Not whether the mayor gets his way or not. What the city of Dickinson currently is and should not be is a dictatorship. That's not why the citizens voted him in, or actually why the ping pong ball was chosen with his name on it.
The people that signed the recall did so after finding out how many people have been harmed by the decisions of his administration. This has happened by the large amount of turnover employees at City Hall. In just the last week, the city secretary resigned. Why? I'll tell you why. Because she was overruled when she wanted to approve the recall petition. This is also the number of people that have been harmed by their ouster on the boards for speaking their minds that most times didn't align with the mayor's views. The amount of lawsuits that have been filed against the city during the mayor's administration is another issue that's affected the large number of people signing the recall. Creekside Apartments is another misstep by the mayor where he went to the facility and talked to the tenants and told them to not pay your rent. No one should be doing that. The inability to have an audit produced in over 3 years is another example of why the recall process should be approved by City Council. The citizens of Dickinson have questions to why an audit has not been produced while the mayor's been in office. And to date, there's no audit in sight. No guidelines, no timetable of an audit. If you were to approve the recall, the citizens of Dickinson would then have the right to decide whether they want to keep the mayor in office or elect a different mayor. This procedure, the recall, is in place so that cities like Dickinson have an option when examples that are listed above take place and elected officials become derelict in their duties to govern. Governance is why the city council exists, and that is why you must vote to approve the recall. That's your duty as a member of the city council to allow democracy to thrive. The citizens of Dickinson are not fools. Photo ops of people dressing up and shoveling dirt are the only dirt moving that's taken place here in Dickinson in over 3 years. Thank you very much. Approve the recall. Let the chips fall where they may.
Thank you, Mr. Lehman. Now we'll have Susan Wilcox.
Good evening. Is it on? My name is Susan Wilcox, and before I start my little speech here, I would like to please everybody thank God for our police department and Raman Morales. He spent over 40 years in this town and did not deserve to be spoken about like he was by our mayor. I appreciate all of you, and I appreciated him. So now I'll start my speech. Thank all of you also, because I know this takes a lot of time. I'm on a lot of committees. My name is Susan Wilcox. I live at 3611 California. I lived in Dickinson since my parents moved here in 1950, so you can do the math. I graduated from Dickinson. After 4 years of college, I came back and taught in Dickinson for 28 years. Might have taught some of you guys. I also retired and came back, and this is my 18th year to substitute in Dickinson because I like Dickinson. And besides, I live here. As an administrator in one of the schools, I had to account for every penny in my federal, state, district, and grant accounts. I was responsible for every single thing to be itemized. I had to be transparent, especially to the taxpayers. I was subjected to the Open Records Act. As a city government, you are responsible for that also. I am one of the people that signed the original affidavit because I don't believe my city is being transparent. And I don't mean you, I mean altogether. Y'all aren't being transparent. I know what to do with the budget. Y'all know what to do with the budget. We haven't had a budget. If transparency had been established, I wouldn't be standing here tonight. So everything the mayor told you, I didn't have anything to do with me signing that affidavit or getting support for the recall. Where is every one of my pennies as a taxpayer? As a city council, you do not represent me. You don't represent the mayor or yourselves. You represent the voters. Here they are. These are the people you represent. You represent every person in this room looking at you right now. Do your job, represent us. Also, I would like to point out, if you're monetarily or ethically bound to this mayor, you need to recuse yourself. Again, monetarily or ethically bound by favors, developments, self-opportunities, obligations, or EDC, you need to recuse yourself. I'm not calling any names, but you know who you are. And so do we, the voters. And if you don't recuse yourself, shame on you. So do your job tonight. Do what we, the voters, have asked you to do. I believe it was legal. I am one of the people, besides signing the affidavit, I also signed some of them because I'm a notary. If you don't fix the problem, you become
Ma'am,
part of
your
the
time is
problem. Thank you. Please represent the voters. We are all watching.
Thank you, Mrs. Wilcox. We'll now have Chad Rankin.
Chad Rankin, 4136 East Bayou Mesa Circle. Good evening, Council, Mayor Pro Tem. I am asking you to not vote for this recall. And here's a couple of reasons why. You've heard people tonight, fellow citizens and those that are part of Galveston County. There's a lot of personal issues that are going on with this recall. I'm a trained pastor. I've been trained to listen to people. And I've heard a lot of personal attacks upon people. I've served with Councilman Shedd, Councilman Brantley. I've served in the community with Councilman Simpson. And the reality of it is there's a lot of personal things that are going on and dislikes within this city that has fractured us. We're trying to move progressively. And unfortunately, we're not doing a good job because I have members of my congregation that lives outside of Dickinson asking me, what is going on in the town of Dickinson? I heard a young man that actually came here earlier. He made a statement. I want you to consider this. He said some of the people that he had signed up the petition didn't even know what they were signing. That came out of his mouth. I didn't make that up. And then Brother Wilborn, he came and said, what if we didn't follow it all the way to the letter of the T? That means it's invalid. That didn't come out of my mouth. That came out of his mouth. Now, there are citizens. I get it. Everybody's entitled. But at the end of the day, I'm asking you to consider, was the process follow the way that the charter says? And if it is, then you vote your conscience. But there are people that you are serving. And I believe in Mark 10:45. You didn't just come to be served, but to serve, because you wouldn't be here. But I would say this, you're governing everybody, regardless if they vote for you or not. And so consider all of the citizens in what they were doing so that we won't have this kind of mess within our city. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rankin. The next two names were scratched out, so I'm going to assume they did not want to speak. And we have Willie Moore.
Good evening. My name is Willie Moore, and I'm here on behalf of the NAACP of Dickinson Bay Area 6280. We are here tonight to express our views. We are not only going to express our views tonight, we will continue to express our views after tonight. This is just the beginning step. The individuals you see here, they're going to be engaged. Whenever there's another election, we will be there. I guarantee you we will be there. Dixon, we will be there. Now, I need to send out a personal thanks to Reverend Cunningham. He said, get there early if you want a seat. We got here early. We got our seat. So we want to thank you, Reverend Cunningham. That was very important to us. Now, this petition you're talking about against Skip, you can do what you want to do tonight. I don't really care what you do tonight, however you do it, because When the election come, we will be there. We will be at the election. We will make sure that Skip get back in. I don't care what you do or what you decide. It's not going to be a deciding factor. I guarantee you, everybody in this room, that we will be there. We will make sure that we are successful. The fact that we're not involved anymore, that's gone. That's old. Dickinson, we will fight. Dickinson, we will win. And I can guarantee you this much, when that row right there, that's a power seat. Look at those individuals on that front row. They ain't saying much. That, they got selected leaders, but I guarantee you, a drop of a phone, a word about any one of those leaders, we're coming out. We're not gonna stay home. We're gonna be out, and we will make sure that Skip get back in whatever you decide tonight. It don't matter. We will definitely come back out. So you can go ahead on and do what you want to do, negative, positive, we don't care. Because we will make sure that he get back in. But when you add what we have here, and we add the good folks of Dickinson, now Dickinson has some good folks. When you add the good folks of Dickinson, and you add what we have here, Skip don't get back in no matter what you all decide. Thank you.
Whoa.
All right. That's it. Item 9A. Consider.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'd like to motion for a 5-minute recess. Sorry. I want to be able to have a debate, and I'm sorry, but I have to use the restroom. So asking for a 3-minute recess, just long enough for me to go to the restroom. I want to be able to discuss this, and I apologize.
All right, it's been moved and properly seconded for a 5-minute recess by Councilman Brantley and seconded by Councilman Simpson. That's Councilman Brantley and Simpson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carried. There was a motion in a second on the floor, though.
It is.
All right, the time is 8:20. I'm going to call this meeting back to order. Real quick before we get into item 9A, I'm going to lean on Reverend Dr. King to offer a prayer. Apparently, one of our citizens had a medical emergency and had to leave, so I want him to offer a prayer for that.
Let us pray. Lord of light and love, how excellent is thy name in all of the earth. We thank you, Lord God, that you've given us the power to agree, or agree to disagree. Our yea may be yea and our nay may be nay. And even in the midst of it all, you told us to love one another. And by this shall all men know that we are your disciples, by our love for one another. And so, God, we thank you that we can call upon your name in such a critical hour, in which one of our fellow citizens, who we might agree with or disagree with, has faced physical infirmity. Whatever it is, God, you know. And your word declared that you were wounded for our transgression. You were bruised for our iniquities. The chastisement of our peace was upon you, and with your stripes, we believe that Brother Joe is healed. Restore his body. Amen. Restore his strength. Restore his mind, his physical. Lord God, lift him up. You said, beloved, my will is you prosper and be in health, even as your soul prospers. I believe your word. It never come back void. That wherever 2 or 3 are gathered in your name, you will be a God in their midst. And so we come as a citizen, black, white, red, yellow, brown. We touch and agree right now in the name of Jesus that you would heal his body and lift him up right now. We thank you, God, because you can do exceedingly abundantly above whatever we ask. So right now, God, bring us together. Move our hearts from any bitterness or anger or resentment, and we might come together as one body, one city, one citizen, and pray for his healing. Pray for his wife. Pray for his family. In the name of Jesus. Could have been my brother, could have been my father, but right now, God, it's Joe. And we ask you to bless him right now. Work with the doctors and the nurses, work with the mass means of medical technology, whatever you have to do to divine healing, heal his body, God. And let him be raised up to come back and testify. Thank you, Lord. I was sick, but he made me well. I was down, but he picked me up. I was hurt, but he made me whole. So right now, we thank you. Thank you. And we thank you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Dr. King. Okay, item 9A, consideration and possible action to determine the sufficiency or insufficiency of the petition filed on January 10th, 2024 and amended January 31st, 2024, seeking to recall Mayor Sean Skipworth.
I move to accept the petition as sufficient for a recall.
I'll second it.
All right, it has been moved by Councilmember Schick and seconded by Councilmember Townsend to overturn this decision and mark it as sufficient. Any discussion?
Yes. First off, I didn't sign the petition. I told one of them, I don't sign those petitions. I don't care what it is. I never have. I'm not going to say I never will, but I never have. First off, I think they turned the petition in. This is my opinion. I went back and read the charter again today because I got a book that the city administrator gave us because I asked for one. My understanding is, and I didn't read the paperwork, I don't know what you had to put on the paperwork to sign it. I didn't look at it. I didn't see it, and it wasn't handed to me. I believe they turned the paperwork in to the city secretary like they were supposed to, and she accepted it as they wrote it. Second of all, they got the signatures and they got more than they needed. Then it was denied, and they were given reasons why it was denied, and they tried to correct those. When they brought them back, they told them they couldn't correct it because it was too late. That's my understanding. Could be wrong, but that's my understanding. So how do you tell somebody to go correct something when you know it can't be corrected? They should have been told that in the beginning. They went back, they tried to get it corrected, from my understanding, because I haven't seen it. And they presented it again, and it was turned down because they were told that whatever they did, you couldn't correct it after the fact. I believe they followed the charter, and I believe the charter can be understood because that's the charter that was written when the city was incorporated back in 1977, and then 77, it stayed in lawsuits for 5 years. They never drew taxes till about 81 or 82 because it stayed in court for 5 years, all the way to Washington, because the original council members had to go to Washington. And I would tell you who every one of them was, but I'll leave one or two names out, and Walter Wilson would have to tell me who the other one was. But I knew every one of them. I ain't got nothing against Skip Word. I told one of them that was running, I don't care if he gets voted in or out, gets a recall or not. I could care less. Our job is to do what we need to do for the city. Personally, I think we're wasting money and we're spending money that we don't have. That's my personal opinion. You got 6 other people up here tell me I'm wrong. And I understand that and I respect that. For some of y'all that said you're going to vote us out of office if we vote for it, you're going to vote us out of office if we don't vote for it. I've been threatened before. I don't vote on being threatened. Never have, never will. And I voted to annex south of the bio when they told me I'll vote you out of office. So if you don't like what I'm going to do tonight, you can vote me out of office. Guess what? That's one more free night I got. That's all I got.
Yeah, I'll see if there's any other council comments. If not, I want to ask for the city attorney to weigh in.
I think we'll have other comments, but I'd like.
Is there a particular question that the council has, or you would just like to give me your opinion regarding whether or not the either original petition or petition as amended, I believe, fulfills the all of the charter requirements?
So I guess I'll just ask, did the process follow the charter? And if so, why or why not?
Call committee, the petitioners committee seemed to have been formed properly. The recall petition, the original petition, was submitted to the city secretary on the 30th day after the filing of that petitioners committee's affidavit, basically of formation. So that was correct. The petition itself, as I have made the council aware previously, each page of the petition is supposed to have a circulator's affidavit on it. And per the charter, which I find the language to be very clear, and I did not attend Harvard Law School. I just went to the, humble school at the UH. But it was very clear to me, to my reading, that the circulator's affidavit is supposed to contain 5 statements. The circulator's affidavit attached to each page of the petition as submitted contain only 3 of the 5. The amendment that sought to correct those 2 issues, that amendment consisted of new affidavits, new circulators affidavits that contained all 5 statements. So the new affidavit was in fact correct in form under the charter. That demonstrates to me that the charter language, speaking to what's required, is understandable and able to be followed, because the second go round, the petitioners committee did submit affidavits that were in fact compliant. The problem, and it's not so much that, they were told they could amend and then they were then told, we can't accept it or you can't fix it. The problem is that I can imagine that every defect possible in a recall petition is going to be able to be corrected by way of amendment. Sure, you can do an amendment to address potentially some issues with a recall petition, but just because that amendment process is provided for in the charter, I would not read that to mean that that amendment process has to be able to correct every single defect, every single possible thing that might have been done wrong. As an example, if the recall petition had been submitted on the 31st day after the petitioner's committee's affidavit, and they missed the 30th day deadline, is an amendment going to correct that? No, it's not. So I don't read the fact that there is an amendment process to mean that every possible defect is capable of being fixed by an amendment. So turning back to the petition and how it had a circulator's affidavit containing only 3 of 5 required statements, that charter provision clearly states when filed, each page of the petition must have this circulator's affidavit attached that has these 5 statements when filed. So the newly filed, changed or amended circulator's affidavit, it cannot relate back to when those petition pages were filed. So it's as plain as that. It cannot go back in the past and change those defects. So it is my conclusion that no, those petition pages were not compliant with what the charter requires.
Any other council comments?
I got a question. If they couldn't, first off, if they couldn't be corrected, then why would you tell somebody you got 5 days to correct this? I mean, I'm trying to. Public comments were over with, so.
I'm not sure to what statement or information you refer, Councilman, when you say that they were told they had 5 days to correct.
Well, they were given 5 days to correct whatever y'all found, whatever was found wrong with it. It's my understanding the way the charter reads. You got 30 days. You said if they turned it in on day 31, the process would have never started. They'd have just had to file a new paperwork, and they had 30 more days to start a new project, a new petition. So that example really doesn't fly. But my understanding, and I did not see the paperwork. Make that plain. I did not see the paperwork. But my understanding is they were told that there were certain things that weren't on the original that they had 5 days to correct and resubmit for the charter. So if they could have done it, then why weren't they just told that you can't fix this and it's over with?
The only way I can answer that, sir, is to speak for myself, which is I never informed anyone working on the recall that they had 5 days to do this, that, or the other. The charter sets out the provisions for 5 days to after receiving a certificate of insufficiency. The charter has a mechanism for either filing an amendment to the petition or requesting that the matter be placed in front of the city council, which they ended up doing. But to my knowledge, the city secretary also did not inform them of any such mechanism. That is plain for them to read themselves in the charter.
But my understanding in the charter is, and I'm not defending them. Don't get me wrong. I'm not defending them. I'm asking questions. You got 30 days to do this. She's got 10 days to do this. She turned it down, which I don't think she turned it down, but she signed a paper that she turned it down. So then the charter says you got 5 days or something to correct whatever the deficiencies was. They did that. They turned it back in. Then she had 5 more days for the charter or the charter to say, yes, you corrected what it was and it's approved and it's going to the voters, or no, it's not going to the voters, and turn it down a second time. Then now it comes to us. So there's a lag in there that we're leaving out. They were given something that said it was insufficient for these reasons, which gave them 5 days to fix it. They did, in their opinion, turned it in, and it got denied again. So here we are tonight. So if they knew they couldn't fix it, then why weren't they just told that in the beginning? This is the reason it's not going to pass. and this is the reason why, and it doesn't matter what you do, you can't fix it because it should have been done 30 days ago. Is that, you understand? Am I taking the question the way I needed to?
I think I understand your question. I would answer that to say, I would not let some folks that are petitioning the government for redress tell them that they should not seek to amend or seek to correct, even though I, in my mind, doubt that it's something that can be corrected. They have that right per the charter to file an amendment. I have no idea in advance of said amendment what that amendment is going to take the form of. So if the criticism is that, well, we should have told them after the initial petition and along with the initial certificate of insufficiency, we should have shut them down then and told them, hey, game over. You don't have any way to fix this or such. I don't think that would be appropriate. The charter says they have the right to file an amendment, and that amendment is going to be reviewed by the city secretary for sufficiency or insufficiency, which, as an aside, that clearly contemplates that an amended petition could still be found to be insufficient because that provision is in there in the charter. And so, to my mind, I say that the process ought to run its course as set out in the charter. And the city officials that look at that and weigh on that and give counsel to the city secretary, we do that, and she makes that decision per the charter.
This sounds like a technicality, and we had 1,100 people sign the petition, thereabouts. 900 were validated. It sounds like we're looking for a way to make it invalid. That we are walking way out there. Because why in the world would you have a method to correct something if there is no correction on there? Fact of business, we took a form, the citizens took a form to the city secretary and showed it to her and asked her, is this what we need? And she said, yes. And she signed off on it. If there was an issue that we were missing something, why in the world did the city secretary sign off and say we are good to go get signatures? That doesn't make any sense.
My answer to that, sir, and this was something actually raised by the attorney for the petitioners committee, and I addressed that in correspondence directly to her. But my answer to that, if the criticism is that at the time the petition blanks, which is what they're called in the charter, at the time the petition blanks were submitted to the city secretary, why did she not speak up then to point out any deficiencies or issues that she may have seen right then? My answer to that would be, she's not authorized by the charter to do so. The charter clearly states that she shall affix her signature on each of those pages submitted to her within 24 hours. There is no allowance whatsoever for her to review or reject or give advice or tell them how they ought to do it correctly. She shall sign each page of those petition blanks within 24 hours. If she fails to do so, if she fails to sign them within 24 hours, each page is deemed to be ready for circulation. And so the point in time when she gets to look at the form of the recall petition is actually when the petition is filed after the signatures have been affixed. It is not before then. It is not provided for before then.
And again, it seems like we're going way out in the field to find a reason. Now, that same city secretary also represents the citizens of Dickinson. She doesn't just represent one council member up here. It sounds like we are going all the way out to protect a single council member. Now, the reality, whatever happens tonight, is that I'm sure the committee will start all over from scratch and go out there. And this time it probably won't be 1,100. It may be 1,800 signatures that they'll get. So I guess what is going to be the flimsy excuse the second time for you to deem it invalid? Can you just let us know? Is it the color of the paper, the size of the font? What is it? We're reaching way out there.
Sir, I would like to think that the reasons that were listed in the certificates of insufficiency were more relevant and more clearly provided for in the charter than font size or paper color or anything like that. The language in the charter is in fact clear. The circulator's affidavit is supposed to contain 5 statements. The circulator's affidavit, as submitted, only contained 3. It is, and I know earlier in your questioning, you called it a technicality, and that's a term that I have come across before, because early in my time of practicing municipal law, I was a prosecutor prosecuting criminal cases, and every so often, you would hear someone talk about, oh well, that defendant got off on a technicality. Okay, beat the charge on a technicality. And it always kind of puzzled me, because in my mind, the technicality that led to evidence being suppressed or thrown out, disallowed, is typically going to be a constitutional protection. Okay, what might seem like a technicality is actually an important provision, an important requirement. So I don't think it's incumbent upon me to look at the requirements in the charter regarding a recall petition and get to pick and choose what I feel is minor technicality or what I feel is something. Well, they must have really meant that, like the number of signatures, the drafters must have really meant that. But these other things, I don't think they really mean that. And so we're going to discount those. I take the charter as it's given to me. I don't have any allegiances to any of the single members of the elected body. Okay, I take the charter, I take the law as what's given to me, because at the end of the day, if I am questioned about why I made a certain call, I cannot sit here and say, oh, well, because it was to please that person or that person. It has to be, it's because this is what the law says, and this is what I believe is correct under the law.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I can just say one thing. I mean, I can understand that we may end up with some type of split vote on this at some point, but I would, I'm as a fellow appointed official, I think some of I'd be mindful that, we have our city attorney is selected by the entire council. And, there's been some rhetoric, insinuating that he only works for one council member. I think that is quite denigrating to him. And I just want to take a moment and just say that he is appointed by the entire body. And I think that he's broken that, at least explained his philosophy in that way. I don't necessarily think that he is working for a single council member. I just felt I needed to address that. So.
Any further discussion?
I have some comments.
Go ahead.
I prepared some comments I'd like to read off. If you'll just bear with me.
Council Member Simpson.
Thank you. We're all here tonight for one reason: to witness the council be presented with a choice that some believe may end this season of negativity here in Dickinson. I'm here to tell you that despite how this vote goes, I don't believe that this will stop unless major changes are made. Please bear with me. Some may find this idealistic, but I firmly believe in the Rotary principle of service above self. This principle guided me into believing that my position on city council would amplify my ability to volunteer and contribute to community projects. While this has been true to an extent, my journey thus far on council has taught me that whatever potential impact that Dickinson has is profoundly overshadowed by the way that we treat one another. My aim has been to listen objectively, to understand the core issues at hand, and to engage in meaningful dialogue. In my time in council, I've never seen such disrespectful, unkind, and straight up ugly things that people have said to and about one another, and to me as well. I try my best to keep it together. Nobody will tell you that this job is easy. When you're busy tearing each other down, you can't focus on what needs to be done. To my fellow Dickinsonians and to my colleagues up here on council and the people that are watching, I ask you to treat each other with kindness and take the high road. I'm also here tonight because of accountability. Elected to represent all 22,000 residents of Dickinson, I'm actually acutely aware that our city is classified as a voting desert. As of 2020, we had 514 people registered to vote in Dickinson, yet our local election turnout is routinely dismal. It is clear that we face significant challenges in civic engagement. This reality only amplifies the importance of every action that we take as council, especially in matters as serious as a recall. This disengagement becomes even more glaring when we consider the elections of May 2022. With 3 open seats on the council, 2 were uncontested, mine included. This is a direct opportunity for members of our community to step up, to be part of the solution that they often vocalize as needed. It's a telling discrepancy between those who speak loudly of the problems that we face and those who take tangible steps to be part of the solution. This isn't to undermine the value of voicing concerns. Such discourse is vital to a thriving democracy, but to highlight the equally critical role of active participation. The recall petition, despite gathering enough signatures, was found procedurally insufficient. This isn't a matter of opinion, but of legal fact, as dictated by our city charter. Like any government agency that requires complete and correct paperwork, our city must uphold the same standards of accuracy and completeness. My commitment to service above self means I cannot, in good conscience, bypass the procedural safeguards built into our governance. And with that, I want to thank everyone who took a moment to reach out to me, to send me an email. I read every single one of your emails. Thank you.
Councilmember Brantley.
No,
It was Linton. Apologies. Councilmember Linton.
I'll keep it brief. Regardless of whether you are for or against this issue, it breeds division, animosity, makes the city look bad, and it potentially negatively impacts local businesses. I've talked to a lot of business owners. This is regardless of whatever side you're on. So I'm looking very forward to when we're done with this and we can move forward and move on and continue fixing things in the community, improving the lives for the citizens, including my own. I've listened to the citizens on both sides of this issue voice their concerns via email. I got every email. And in person, and sometimes in person. I have also spoken to the city attorney several times. I've read legal cases in the city charter again, and specifically Article 6 initiative referendum and recall several times. I invested a large amount of time performing an analysis of this issue out of respect for not only the issue, but especially to everyone concerned. And as always, I will implement complete objectivity in my decision. My job requires an extreme attention to detail, objective analysis of technical documents. That's what I've done here. I am not an attorney. Moving forward, we must continue to listen to what all citizens have to say, especially those we have disagreements with. It's not easy, believe me, but it's necessary out of respect for everyone. As was mentioned earlier, we represent everyone in this community, especially those that didn't vote for us and who we disagree with. And last thing, during Hurricane Harvey, while some of us were saving fellow citizens, we did not ask those people in trouble questions like whether they supported a recall or not before helping them. I look forward to the time all of us are able to work together to continue improving this community for each of us. And that's all I had to say.
All right. Any more discussion?
Yeah.
Councilman Brantley.
I have a couple of things. The first thing that I have, and this is going to feed directly into one of the things I have to say, is Dr. Schrader still in here? He's not? Okay. I want to apologize to Dr. Schrader in my comments earlier. Okay.
He's there. He's listening to you.
Okay. Dr. Schrader, I apologize. I honestly was just making a joke, and it probably was not the right time for that. So I apologize for that when I called him out. I shouldn't have done that, right? And when I crafted the comments that I made earlier, I did say some things, and I know that there are folks that will disagree, and there's folks that will agree. And had I not made those comments in jest, I wouldn't have used Dr. Schrader's name. And there's kind of a story. It's really not. But I wouldn't have used his name. So I apologize to Dr. Schrader. I also want to apologize for some of the comments that were made by the mayor. Okay. Names aren't necessary. We can make mistakes. We can call out our mistakes. We can say that we messed it up, right? We can say that maybe the police department did something wrong, right? We don't have to continue to impugn each other's characters. That is a problem. Okay. I know I speak for most everybody on council when I say, you know, this decision tonight is really damned if you do and damned if you don't. Okay. I have wrestled with it. I talked to someone this afternoon who's involved with the recall, who I respect. And we had a very long conversation. I didn't expect a phone call. I was surprised by it. And, you know, I appreciate his grace. And I told him, you know, to me, I will sound off on what Councilman Townsend said. I really don't, you know, and I don't mean this to be taken the wrong way, but, you know, I don't have a whatever you call it, a dog in the fight or a dog in the hunt with, you know, with the recall, right? And I have wrestled with all of the things that everyone's saying. I spent an hour and a half in the office today with NIM going over the procedural stuff, right? And I have been morally torn between the fact that it is our duty to represent those that even we may disagree with in the recall petition. And I don't take that lightly. And I know nobody up here takes that lightly, right? At the end of the day, I've said it, and I'm sorry if it offends anybody, but I wish nothing more than this petition would have been turned in and would have been correct from the start. I really do. I don't know where the breakdown is. I really don't, right? But you get torn between whether you vote on behalf of the citizens. And for some of you folks out there, I really don't care what you've had to say about me or what your opinion is. I still have to look out for what your interest is, right? But at the end of the day, do we represent the citizens? Yes. Do we also represent the charter that the citizens elected us to uphold? And the answer is yes. And that is where I have really struggled. And no matter which way any of us vote, we're going to disappoint somebody, right? And to Councilman Townsend's point, I know based on a conversation I had, a couple of conversations I've had, I probably got more on the line than anybody up here, right? Because if you want to recall me, I mean, you've put together a pretty good case, right, wrong, or indifferent, right? But I can't consider that, and I'm not going to. I'm gonna vote the very best that I can. And I'm sorry for those that I disappoint, but I will tell you that whether it is today or for the rest of my term, and I'm counting down the days, May 2025, right? The rest of my term. Here's what I can assure you. I am always going to contemplate the decisions I have to make. And I am going to represent you to the best of my ability. And I know that I speak for the other 6 people up here. We're not always going to get it right. And we have to do a better job. For those of you that are upset, we have to do a better job of when we don't get it right. Let's just say we didn't get it right and explain to you why. And I believe that. So, thank you very much.
Any further discussion? All right. If there being none, I call for the vote. Remember, this motion is to overturn the city secretary's ruling of insufficiency and proceed with the recall. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay.
Oh,
Motion, wait. Okay. All in favor, raise your hands. All right, those opposed, raise their hands. Motion fails. Item 9B, discussion regarding the prohibition of fireworks.
Let's give him a second.
Yeah. If we can just take 1 minute and allow people.
Mayor's comments were ill, very.
Go ahead.
Is he even here?
He left.
He's gone?
Yeah, he's gone. 9B, discussion regarding the prohibition of fireworks.
We missing Jenna.
Oh, yeah, we don't have a quorum. Wait,
Yeah, you do.
no, we do. We got
We
five.
got five.
Just wanted to make sure you knew Jenna was.
Yeah.
There's no vote on it anyway.
Yeah, it's no votes, just discussion.
I think she
Yeah,
stepped
she just
out.
stepped. Yeah. Go ahead.
Mayor Pro Tem, Council, thank you. Just to tee up 9B, I was going to turn it over to Councilmember Bill Schick momentarily. Discussion regarding the prohibition of fireworks. One of the things that's, obviously on an annual basis, we have a couple of holidays that, of course, people enjoy using fireworks in the community. No one name any names because, apparently, obviously you can get a ticket. So nobody raise your hand right now. But my point being is that one of the bigger issues we run into is obviously the amount of people that do light fireworks versus the number of staff available to manage calls. And so what ends up happening is that, normally there's a backlog of calls and things of that nature. Councilmember Schick did, in a meeting that we had together was, asked about, hey, feasibility of the prohibition of fireworks. Is it successful? Does it deter and things of that nature? And so, kind of in discussions, if I can just say real quick, I think the history of the reason for the prohibition of fireworks dates back to a time when most of the roofs were made of a flammable material. And so whether or not we do anything or not about a prohibition of fireworks. I think it was a healthy discussion because it was from a time in history when most of the roofs were flammable, and now we're in a period of time where a lot of the building codes have changed, and the materials allowed for new roofs to be placed are now more fire retardant. Anyway, that I thought it was a mindful discussion, and so Councilmember Schick, I just want to toss it over to you.
Thank you. Actually, Councilwoman Jenna Simpson and I talked about this thing. It's practically unenforceable what we have now. New Year's Eve was apparently quite a celebration in town. The 3 officers that we had did not stand a chance. They were just inundated. What I'm asking is just kind of a nod if Councilwoman Simpson and I, Amber Phillips, the fire marshal, let's kind of get together and see if let's look at the stats on fire calls, ambulance calls, and kind of look at the whole picture, make sure we're not affecting insurance rates and that sort of thing, just to bring it up for discussion. That's what we'd like to do. A lot of cities are kind of doing the same thing that we're doing right now. They just haven't gotten to the repealing anything yet. So that's all I'm asking. If y'all are okay, we would like to explore this as an option and bring it back to you at the next council meeting.
We don't have to take action on that, do we?
No, this is totally set up. So if you guys want to talk, this is a topic with everyone in the room, and you guys can discuss pros, cons, or if there are certain directions you'd want us to go if we were to move forward on at least doing further research.
Yeah, I would be curious to see what some of the other cities are doing. I know at some point when we were talking about annexation, some of those places we look at or are looking at have fireworks stands on them. So there's some questions to be answered about that. I think Councilmember Schick raises good questions, and along with Councilmember Simpson, about what does this do to our insurance rates? What are the possible fire calls, et cetera? So I think it bears more discussion.
Yeah, I rode along on the Stop the Pop campaign earlier last year, and the enforcement mechanism is, or the amount of people that are able to enforce it is, it's a daunting task. I was trying to make some suggestions of implementing technology such as drones to, use AI to verify where the fireworks were being launched from. I know I probably overstepped my bounds with those suggestions, but to keep it simple, the ability to enforce, whether it's a deterrent and whether it's worth the man hours that they spend, the grievances that they listen to. I got to see all of it that night. They are the bad guys. And so, and kudos to them for doing a very difficult job. But I'd be mainly interested in the input from the subject matter experts, such as volunteer fire department, fire chief, fire marshal, of course, and then, the insurance industry, see what we have there. Most of the fires, and correct me if I'm wrong, Councilman Mark, sorry, kind of brain fart there on your last name. My apologies. Anyway, Mark may know that most of the fires are usually grass fires instead of house fires.
Yeah, but you got fires because of stupidity, to be blunt. You expect to have one every time. When we don't, we get lucky. Brought this up with Theo, I think, after 4th of July. I mean, it sounds like World War III in my neighborhood. Some years are worse than others. I did ask around the fire department what they thought. One of them says if they'll write one of them $2,500 tickets or two, and he gets on Facebook, that'll be the end of that. But you can't be everywhere. At the time, you had 2 fire marshals. You can't, the police are running their calls, their car wrecks because people are drunk. They're running their calls, and then the fire marshal's out there trying to do the other ones. There's no way you can cover it, but I don't think it affects your insurance so much as it all started when, like in 1978, tall timbers burnt on a Wednesday night or Tuesday night of 4th of July. If I remember correctly, it got hit with a bottle rocket and it had wood shingles. What the city administrator is talking about is you don't see wood shingles on houses anymore unless it's very, very old. And if they're still there, they're covered with shingles because they didn't want to pay the expense of tearing off the wood ones. But I'll ask again at the fire station. I don't have no problem with it because you can write the tickets, but you can write me one. But you're not going to catch the next door neighbor until you leave the street. Then they'll go back out and pop theirs again. I might not pop mine because I've got a ticket. But as soon as you leave, the next door neighbor is going to pop his.
Let the record show that my question was directed to Councilman Townsend, which is my cousin's last name. So I have no idea why I forgot his surname. My apologies, sir.
All right.
Mark, anyway.
We'll work on this. And I forgot to include Derek on here. He volunteered to help us get some of the distance.
Outstanding. And just so y'all know, some of this is we'll gather kind of what we think, trying to find some other cities that have kind of dealt with this. I would say probably more than likely we're going to be, I think a lot of our areas looking at it, especially now that, they have to decide, okay, well, when there's burn ban in effect, but then, what you think about, you start thinking for the first time is, okay, well, when burn ban lifts, then a lot of people think a lot of those activities go back, but this is one of those activities that's like never really okay, according to our ordinance. So I think it is prescient for us to be looking at it now. We'll look at what other cities are proposing. If there's other cities like in Central Texas, obviously have dealt with this issue a good bit to find out maybe they've come up with some alternative enforcement opportunities and things of that nature. So I just want to get that feedback. Thank you.
Well, it's not just that, it's the regular fires. Because when you have a burn ban, when the judge says there's a burn ban, then it's good for everybody. When he lifts that burn ban, there's certain things you can do in the city and there's certain things you can do in the county. So then when we get to that line is, no, you're in the county, you can do this. No, you're in the city, you can do this, but that city line might be like 26th Street. That's the boundary. What you can do on the south side, what you can do on the north side of 26th Street, you can't do on the south side of 26th Street. And that's because of our laws.
And council, I would note that the city ordinance in question, it prohibits the sale, use, and possession. And so something to keep in mind when the council goes to revisit this, would the council be looking to lift the ban as to all of those? Or would it just be as to use and possession, but still look to ban the sales of fireworks? Just something to make sure that y'all are also thinking about as well. If you're going to allow use, would you might as well just allow sales of it as well, or draw the line there? Certainly completely up to the council.
And I would actually say recent legislation that came down from Austin, I think would probably put our possession portion of the ordinance in a precarious situation and at odds with state law, because I think they actually passed something this last session about mere possession, or because which it was kind of weird because some cities had like a deal where they were like stopping people and actually during traffic stops said, hey, you possess firearms. Well, that too probably, but fireworks for sure. Sorry, things on your mind sometimes. But anyway, fireworks, and you are possessing them inside of this city limit. You're not just getting your speeding ticket. You're also going to go ahead and get a ticket for possession. I think the state has wiped that away. So you can't. I think we're even going to have a problem enforcing the possession portion.
Well, part of that, and it used to happen here. They would sit there and watch you buy them, and when you walked across the street or drove across the street, and then they got you for it. And so we used to do that too. And I'm sure we're not the only city that did it, trying to keep them out. So fireworks make a lot of money. For something that only sells twice a year, and now they've got 4 times a year, or for something that sells twice a year, then people make a ton of money.
All righty. I believe we have a consensus going forward. All right. Item 10, executive closed session. 10A, consultation with the attorney, section 551.071 of the Texas Government Code. Discussion with the attorney regarding contemplated pending litigation regarding matters protected by the attorney-client privilege. Section 551.074, Government Code personnel matters. Consideration and possible action concerning the employment, appointment, removal, or evaluation of a public officer or employee, to wit, fire marshal and interim city secretary. The time is 9:11. We are going into executive session. session. We are back in regular session. Item 11, action items from closed executive session. Need motions?
I'll make a motion to appoint Amber Phillips, temporary fire marshal, and what? Huh?
To Ramos as interim city secretary.
Yeah, the city secretary. Assistant, city secretary intern.
All right. Okay, it has been moved by Councilmember Townsend to appoint, it was moved by Councilmember Townsend and seconded by Councilmember Brantley to appoint Amber Phillips as interim fire marshal and Tu Ramos as interim city secretary. That is Councilmember Townsend and Councilmember Brantley. Any discussion? All right, there being none, I call for the vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries.
Move to adjourn.
All right, it's been moved and properly second to adjourn. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries.
Who seconded that anyway? You?